Good morning, Commissioner, Council. It's Monday of the second week of our hearings, and Mr. Sento read the land acknowledgement on day one of the hearings, and it is on the inquiry website, but we do not want this to be a perfunctory one-time acknowledgement, and we'll make it at the beginning of each week of the hearings. So I'd like to open this week of hearings by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. Thank you. And yesterday, just one preliminary matter before we begin with the witnesses this week, we provided Participants Council with a new release of documents for the inquiry database, which includes documents that weren't in the database, which have been made exhibits or otherwise now. That release included 2 MTO prefix documents that are cited in Overview Document 4, which is Exhibit 4. And those had previously been redacted and are now being unredacted in the new release. And since Overview Document 4 is already an exhibit, we wanted to bring this change to your attention, Commissioner, to confirm that that modification can be made to Overview Document 4, Exhibit 4.
Thank you.
And the first witness this week is Mr. Andros Delos Reyes, who is here today. If the registrar could affirm or swear Mr. Delos Reyes.
Yes.
Sorry, Council, I'm going to ask the court reporter to swear in the witness.
Sorry.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Delos Reyes. Just
Yes.
because we're doing this virtually, I'm going to ask you to affirm your evidence. So please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Delos Reyes. Thank you for coming.
Morning too.
If we could start off by going to Golder, GOL 5388. And when it comes up, Mr. Delos Reyes, this will be a CV of yours, which I think you will recognize. Just to go through a bit of your background before we get into rest of your evidence. You have a civil engineering degree obtained in the Philippines, is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you or were you a practicing engineer in Ontario?
No.
Is that just a result of the non-transferability of your qualifications from the Philippines?
That's correct.
And you are a certified engineering technologist with the Ontario Association of Certified Engineering Technicians and Technologists. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how long did you hold that certification for?
If I can remember, probably from 1993. I'm not really sure, but
From the early 90s in any event, a long time?
in 90s, yes.
All right. And what does that certification qualify you to do?
Well, it gives you recognition. And because before you could even be a member of to be certified as a technologist, you need to take the exam and have to pass that and submit a thesis.
Okay. And you became, according to this, a CCIL certified type certified type C aggregate technician in 2007. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what's a type C aggregate technician?
Oh, it's a product that you can do testing on aggregates.
Specifically on aggregates.
Physically, yes.
I see. And as well, a CSA certified concrete field and laboratory technician in 2007.
That's correct.
What's that specifically?
You can actually do field testing on concrete samples, cylinders, and you can also do testing in the laboratory.
Right. And were those obtained prior to the Red Hill Valley Parkway paving work commencing in 2007?
That's correct.
Right. Was it for that purpose specifically? Because you knew you were going to be doing that kind of work?
No.
No? Okay.
No, that was already, that's probably, I think the standard for Golder, that you have to be certified before even you can handle any of these materials.
Right. Okay. And there's a 2010 date there for the certified type B hot mix asphalt technician. Did you obtain that in 2010?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. And what's that?
That you can actually handle testing on hot mixes.
Okay. And being asphalt.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And I understand that you were at Golder from 1996. Is that right?
That's correct.
And originally as an asphalt lab supervisor.
That's correct.
Right. And then as senior pavement and materials technologist.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you retired from your employment in 2016. Is that right?
That's right.
With Golder. And did you nevertheless continue to do some work for Golder after that date?
I was recalled, I believe, 2 years after that, just for on contract, mostly projects in the Caribbean.
Okay. And do you continue to do that kind of work, or have you stopped that entirely?
I stopped it. I stopped.
Okay. And when did you finish? When was the last time you did work with Golder?
2019, I believe.
Okay. All right. And then with respect specifically to the Red Hill Valley Parkway, you can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. What was your position title on the Red Hill Valley paving project?
I was supposed to be the senior inspector in the field and in the lab.
Okay. So the senior site inspector, was that your title?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And were you full-time on the Red Hill project?
Yes, that's correct.
From when Golder was retained to provide the lab and field testing inspection services in 2006, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that was your only project from that time forward until the completion of the paving, is that right?
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay. And am I correct, you reported to Ludmir Uzarowski?
That's correct.
And so we know that the actual paving of the first layer of the Red Hill Valley Parkway main line started at the end of May 2007, May 29th, 2007 specifically. But what could you just describe generally your responsibilities prior to the commencement of the actual paving?
I believe, if I can recall, once we got the contract, I believe from the contract was given to Golder that we can proceed with this project. I was tasked to make sure that the site for the laboratory, which I think that we were given a trainer road, that it is suitable for testing environmentally. And then I had to order the equipment with the help of our senior guys in Whitby, and had to set up the laboratory once the equipment arrives. And After that, then we have to make sure that the laboratory itself should be certified by CCIL to operate.
And so you were responsible for ensuring that the laboratory was certified by CCIL?
Yes.
Okay, and that was done?
Yeah, that was done.
Okay, and that's the Canadian Council of Independent Laboratories, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And what about the hiring of technicians or getting the technicians involved? Is that something you were involved with?
Yes, I was involved in that. I tried to scour where I can get technicians to help me with this project.
And the field laboratory, that was near to the construction site, is right, in Hamilton?
That's correct. I think it's Rayner Road.
Rayner Road,
yeah.
Raynor, I think, Rayner Road.
That's correct.
All right. And once the paving began, what were your responsibilities, generally speaking?
Well, my responsibility primarily is at the site, on the paving site, is that I have to ensure that the materials that being placed on the paver conforms with whatever the contract stipulates. And especially in the field, I have to make sure that there are no defects right after the paver, because if there are defects or pavement stresses, I have to call the attention immediately of whoever is the supervisor in the field. And
is that by way of a visual that you're talking about at that point?
Yeah. Okay. That's the maps, the pavement map, and that is basically what I do in the field. Number two is that I make sure that I also document the temperature that the mat right after the paver. I have to document that. That's why I believe I sent some photos of that before, that you could see that it's a certified gauge for temperature. What is the temperature right after the paver? Because if it's low or high, I have to call the attention to whoever is the supervisor of the contractor in the field. That's too high. I believe in practice, in my experience, they actually call their plant immediately that, okay, there is you have to adjust this and that. And then
just because when you refer to the paver, you're actually talking about the paving machine, the paver.
The paver.
So you're taking the temperature immediately following that.
Right. Just to document that okay, we are within what is specified. Just to explain some more is that because I believe the compaction mixing temperature is around 175 for SMA, and the compaction is, I think, 160 degrees Celsius. So after that, then my other job is also to make sure that, okay, I document or photograph, make a photo of whatever I think is not in conformance, and also in conformance with the mat, the pavement itself. And I have also to make sure that we have one technician that is doing the what do you call it, the density, the nuclear density gates, and that is way down after the paving, when the pavement is already cooled, and then you can start doing quality assurance density measurement using the nuclear density gates.
That's the nuclear densometer, the nuclear density gauge. That's the same thing.
Yes, densometer.
Okay, and so that's testing the asphalt compaction. Is that right?
Correct. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And what about trial batches and so forth, and the asphalt samples from Dufferin?
That is being done in our field laboratory, and I trained 2 guys to do that before even this was before even the start of the project. I started already training the guys how to do super pave mixes and testing, and using all the brand new equipment that we have.
Okay, so were there, do I understand you correctly? There were 3 technicians under you? Is that at the site? Is that right?
Yeah, on the field, 1, and 2 technicians in the laboratory.
Right. Okay. So, and the one that you referred to, who's doing the nuclear density testing in the field, is that right?
Yeah, that's the guy who he is permanently doing that stuff in the field.
And the other 2 in the laboratory doing
That's
the other
correct.
2.
Yes.
Okay. And what, just to be clear, that in the laboratory, what are the tests that are being done there?
We do once a sample from are delivered to us by the contractor, I think, Dufferin, then we log it in, of course, and then we start doing the testing. Testing means we have to reheat the sample, and do the required test parameters on the super pave and SMA.
And typically that is what's the testing that's being done there?
That's we're supposed to use the gyratory compactor to make the briquette, and also do the extraction gradation using the ignition oven.
Right, and we'll get to that
Yes.
that issue after, but that's the first way that it was.
Yes.
The extraction gradation was done. The extraction by using the ignition oven. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, and the first type of testing you referred to, what are you testing for with that? Is air voids one of them?
Yeah. We test the we call it BRD, the bulk relative density of the briquette.
Right. Sorry, the what relative density? The
bulk the relative density, the
bulk.
BRD. Yeah.
BRT.
Yeah, it's in the ASPOT language, we just call it BRT. Yeah.
Of course, it's all acronyms. I understand.
Yeah.
I get that, but sometimes we have to, for us non-technicians and non-engineers, need to clarify what those acronyms actually.
I understand.
Okay, and in terms of attendance on the site once paving started, how often were you both in the laboratory and at the site of the paving each day?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you doing, aside from the temperature, I think you said you were testing the temperature, aside from that, was it the technicians under you that were doing the actual testing, or were you involved in the testing itself?
In the laboratory, when there is a lull in paving, like maybe a equipment breakdown of the contractor, or a rain, or for whatever reason there's a delay, then I have to rush back to the laboratory and help out the guys.
Okay, but so more on a in irregular basis if there was a need to assist them. But primarily the technicians, the other 3 technicians under you were doing the testing that you described. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And from reviewing the site meeting minutes, it appears that you didn't attend the site meetings until the actual paving began. Does that accord with your recollections?
I believe so. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
All right. And those 3 technicians, they reported to you directly? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you always review the results of the testing that the 3 technicians did?
Yes, because I have to transfer that to because they are all on handwritten. They're handwritten. We have a form that does that, and then that is transferred to either the Word or Excel sheets. Yeah.
Okay, so the initial test results were handwritten, and then you yourself would then transfer it to the typewritten result in whichever format that was?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. And then how did your reporting with Dr. Uzorowski work, generally speaking?
I would email the test results to him.
Okay. as you just described, after you transferred the handwriting into the electronic document, you would email those to Dr. Uzorowski?
For his review.
Okay. And what about general communications? You assume you also spoke to him on the phone? And
Yeah, once in a while when there is urgency, especially when I am not really 100% sure what is going on. So technically, that's it. So I have to, because Dr. Dworski is more experienced and has a lot of all this information on asphalt technology.
And how often was Dr. Uzorowski on the site or at the laboratory?
He comes in there, not regularly, but he comes in there, especially if I need him to check one or two things.
Right. So not daily, but
not daily.
No.
Okay.
And so if there was any issue in your mind that you either didn't understand or required advice on, or if there was a problem that you didn't feel that you were able to address yourself or that you ought to address yourself, you would then speak to or email Dr. Uzorowski, is that right?
Definitely, yes.
Okay. And prior to this project, did you personally have any experience on a project involving SMA specifically?
I probably did. I cannot remember, but not in the field. Probably I was doing a bit of testing of the mortar. We call it mortar for the SMA, like the fiber and the asphalt cement that's being used.
What holds it together?
But not in the field, no. It's just because of, the Whitby lab, we have a lot of samples that comes in, so I believe I might have tested one of those things, the SMA mortar, yeah.
Okay, so you may have, or you think you did, but not in field work.
Not in the field work, no.
Okay. And we know that the SMA and the other mixed designs were completed by Dufferin's consultant, Tro Associates. Did you have any involvement in reviewing mixed designs for conformance with the contract specifications?
Definitely not. That's senior management.
That was senior management? Okay. And those were mixed designs, of course, were provided prior to the paving taking place. When did your role then begin?
That's when we got the mixed design from Dufferin, because as you probably know now that we cannot do anything without the mixed design, even the contractor also. That is like our Bible. We refer everything to that approved mixed design.
Okay. And because you're copied on emails that pertain to mixed design or aggregate approval, even though, as you said, you weren't doing the approval of that. Why are you being copied on those kind of communications?
Most likely for information.
Okay. And oh yes, I'm reminded, Commissioner, I do need to mark Mr. Delos Reyes's CV as Exhibit 28.
Exhibit 28.
Yeah, and that's Golder 5388. And who was your main contact at Dufferin during the paving?
So as far as I can recollect, Mr. Hanika.
Or Hanicus or Janicus?
Janica, yes. I'm sorry.
Starts with a J.
Yeah, Janica, yes.
I may not have the pronunciation correct, but it's Janicas.
That's correct. Yeah.
Paul Janicas. Okay. And what was your what were your dealings generally with him?
He was actually most of the time when I go there. I mean, he's in the field, and he's the only guy that I actually know that I communicated with verbally, and at the same time also those supervisors in the field of Dufferin, like who's doing quality control for them.
Sorry, that's what he was involved in. Mr. Janicas, is that what you
I
mean?
believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
Right. And did you deal with Dufferin's quality control technicians as well
Yes.
in the field on occasion?
Yes.
Okay. And what work were they doing when you were dealing with it, with their
Mostly doing the nuclear density testing.
And when, in your experience, would Mr. Janicas come to the site? Under what sort of circumstances?
I have no idea about that, but I just always I see him there. So,
Okay.
you know.
All right. And would you meet with him in the lab or at the construction
No,
site?
only on the construction site.
Only the construction. And with respect to the Dufferin technicians doing the nuclear density testing, do you mean you would interact with them when they were actually doing the testing?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And what about the city of Hamilton? Who is, in your experience, supervising the paving process?
I see this guy, Marco.
Marco Adi?
Marco, yeah.
All right. And did you interact with Mr. Adi from time to time?
From time to time when he's on site.
Okay. Did he come to the lab or just the construction site?
Just the construction site.
And I guess site meetings, you're in some of the minutes where he's in those as well.
That's correct.
And did you communicate with Mr. Adi by email typically?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember because the practice usually is I have to make sure that Ludimir is the one that communicates on the senior management, whoever is that senior management, you know, with City of Hamilton or even the Dufferin engineers.
Okay, so typically then you would communicate with Dr. Uzorowski, who would communicate with Mr. Adi. Is that fair?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
There might be some instance when on the site and they are actually there, and then there's something that is troubling me, like you know, then maybe I could I actually directly just speak to them, but I have to inform Ludimir about it.
Right. There you're talking about speaking actually in person as opposed to email traffic.
Right. There might be one or two that that I probably did an email directly, but it's also copied to, as far as my recollection, it's always copied to Ludimir.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, that's accords with the documents that
Right. Yeah.
don't typically communicate with them directly. But, okay, so then just want to talk about shortly before the SMA mainline paving in July of 2010. And if we could go to OD3, image 49, please, Registrar. And I guess 49 to 50 would be. We pull them both up. Thank you. And Mr. De Los Reyes, this is just what we call the overview document, which I think you will have seen, and if we'll on some occasions, rather than go to the document itself, go to the summary of it. And in paragraph 100, there's an excerpt from the July 10th, 2007 site meeting minutes from that day. And under material testing, which is at the top of page 50 there.
Yeah.
You'll see that it talks about Golder requested that Dufferin produce a trial batch of SMA for the field labs to work out testing correlation differences. And secondly, Golder indicated the vibratory roller currently being used by Dufferin is likely too heavy for the SP19 and SMA pavement layers. So you're listed on the minutes as attending the meeting. On the first paragraph there, do you recall what the issue was at that time with respect to the SMA trial batch testing correlation differences?
The question again, please.
Yeah, do you recall what the testing correlation differences were in the SMA?
I'm not thoroughly sure what the question is about.
Well, do you recall what the issue was with correlation?
Correlation on the SMA
yes.
Samples?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
From samples from where? From like the test strip or?
No, so the test, just to place this in time, the test strip is on July 25th. So right. It's 15 days after this. So here it's about the request is that Dufferin produce a trial batch of SMA.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Is this about the ignition oven issues?
Yes, because
okay. So
I don't know if you, as I probably could explain, because Dufferin is using a solvent type of extractor, and Golder is using the ignition oven system. So that's why we needed a correlation for that.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that we have heard from Dr. Uzrowski about that the both the ignition oven and solvent extraction, the intention is to separate or get rid of the asphalt cement, everything except the aggregates, so that then testing can be performed on the aggregates and the asphalt cement component be tested as well.
That's correct. Is that right? Yeah, that's correct. Removal of the asphalt cement by using one type of system called the solvent. We use a chemical called trichloroethylene, and then the one we're using at Rainer uses ignition oven, which we burn the asphalt cement itself, and what is left is the aggregate.
Right. Mm-hmm. And then after that, what testing is done with the remaining aggregate?
Well, we actually do a sieve analysis.
Sorry, that's sieve analysis?
Yes, sieve analysis. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's the gradation. Yeah. Testing the gradation.
Yes.
Of the aggregates. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's to confirm that the size of the aggregates, the gradation of the aggregates conforms to the mixed design requirements. Is that right?
That's correct.
As well as the asphalt cement content.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then the next bullet under material testing at the top of image 50 there, or the next paragraph, states Golder indicated the vibratory roller currently being used by Dufferin is likely too heavy for SP19 and SMA pavement layers. Do you recall that issue at that time?
Not that I recall. The only thing I recalled was during the test strip.
Okay, and what about, we will get to that, but what do you recall about the test strip on that? Are you saying that you recall the vibratory roller being an issue during the test strip?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so we'll come back to that in turn. Do you recall was this you that it would have indicated that the vibratory roller being used by Dufferin at this time, this was in advance of the test strip, was likely too heavy for the SP19 and SMA pavement layers?
Most likely, from my observation,
Okay.
they probably were using vibration.
Right. And
Yeah,
is
I mean,
that
it
is
vibrates.
that an issue for SMA?
It's an issue, yes.
And what is the issue?
The issue is that SMA is more principally, I think it composes around 70% coarse aggregate. Coarse aggregate means the one that's retained on 4.75 sieve. These are the stones. So there's very little fine aggregate that could absorb the impact. So there is a likelihood, it's not 100%, but in practice, there's a likelihood that if you use vibratory roller, there are vibratory rollers, but they are using vibratory because there are vibratory rollers that uses static compaction. But if they use vibration, as I mentioned in my last interview with you, it's just like vibrating a mat on top of a bridge, a concrete bridge, and that is not allowed because it could break the concrete underneath.
Okay, so just on your last example, you're saying that if you're doing it on a bridge,
yeah,
you would not use vibration on the rollers.
Yeah, that is, I believe, standard practice and specifications.
Okay, so we're not on a bridge here, but you're using that, as I understand it, as a comparison that there's a concern with cracking or breaking the aggregates if you use the vibration function on a roller.
It's because of the skeleton, stone skeleton,
Okay. And then if we could go to the next paragraph, 101, on the same page on image 50. There's a July 17th, 2007 email from Mr. Paul Janicus of Dufferin to Dr. Uzorowski and Marco Audi. And so this is now a week after the site meeting that we were just discussing. He's talking about their conversation about the current status of the SMA. And in the second paragraph, he states, a concern was expressed over the percent breakdown discovered. There we go, expanded it for us.
Yeah.
During the ignition oven testing at 30%. Dufferin Construction Company understands that is not what is typically seen. However, it is not a requirement of the contract that these aggregates meet a specific maximum loss during the ignition oven testing. So I think this is the ignition oven we were just talking about.
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall what the issue was and what you observed?
When we did the ignition oven on the samples that were taken for the test strip, and we went through the ignition oven testing, I just noticed that a sieve, designated sieve of 4.75, the passing is a bit high. That means to say that's the coarse aggregate. So my observation was that it's most likely because of the temperature that is that the aggregate is subjected to. And as you know, the ignition oven goes up from 400 to 500 degrees to burn the asphalt cement. And that could actually affect the aggregate. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not really expert on this, but from experience, it could affect it could degrade the coarse aggregate. But that is in the ignition oven. In the actual paving, you will not experience this kind of temperature.
You're not putting it in an ignition oven.
No, you're not. So that's just my experience.
Okay, and Had this been an issue for the prior pavement layers or no? On the Red Hill?
No, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And it indicates in Mr. Janikas's email that a concern was expressed. Was that your concern that was expressed to Mr. Janikas?
Most likely because I inform Mr. Ludimir about it. I have to inform him,
Yes.
whatever is my observation. And Ludimir is an expert in a lot of these things. He has more experience. So I have to make sure that he actually is informed.
Right. And I'm just sort of thinking about the sort of order of operations. You would have, as I understand it, you observed the results in the ignition resulting from the ignition oven, and
That's
then
correct.
passed on the concern that you described to Mr. Janikas and or Dr. Uzorowski.
Basically to Mr. Ludimir.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And the 30% number, what's that a percent of? What's that referring to?
Probably he was referring to, I'm not sure about this, but he was probably referring to the sieve analysis of 4.75 sieve that has a higher passing.
Yeah.
That's the course aggregate.
Right. No, I'm just, is it 30% additional or 30% of the course aggregate is broken down? Or
I'm not sure what he's saying here, but in my test, when we did the sieve analysis, the sieve at 4.75 has a higher passing.
Right.
That means to say, I believe the JMF is around almost 30% passing. But what we found out was at 4.75, it was higher.
Higher than that.
That's why it was in the rejectable range.
Right, and you've just referred to the JMF, which is
Correct.
an acronym that appears on the asphalt test results. Could you just
Correct. We
what does that
base
stand for?
Correct. We base everything on a JMF.
What does JMF stand for?
Job mix formula. That's the design. Everything is referred there.
Right. So that's what is expected. That's what the mix requires.
That's
and
correct.
Saying that it was a higher amount passing of the course aggregate passing through the 4.75 millimeter sieve.
Correct. That's basically everything is referred to the JME because that's the guide for us.
Right. All right, and what level of concern did you have about this breakdown in the ignition oven? Was it a mild concern, a serious concern? Was it alarming? How would you describe it?
In my experience, in some projects that I have done, this is also not unusual. Of the breakdown of aggregate, it's not unusual. But
in the ignition oven?
In the ignition oven, yes.
Okay.
So, but I still have to inform Ludimir, Dr. Jaworski about it.
And then the next day, oh, sorry, I should add one more question. This breakdown occurred in both the SMA mix and in the I think it was the SP19 mix. Is that right?
Which one are you referring to, please?
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the. One moment. Was it just the SMA mix that the breakdown was in, or was it also in another? Was it in another asphalt mix?
I believe it was in the SMA mix.
Okay. Okay, if we could go to paragraph 102 on the next page, image 51. And this paragraph 102, July 18th, Mr. Janicus sent Dr. Uzorowski the physical property test results for the demix aggregates, which are being used in the SMA mix. And Dr. Uzorowski then forwarded that to you. And then you replied, and if you could, it's actually in 103. If you could expand that. It actually might, you know what, I maybe don't expand that so that both emails register. Yeah, thank you. So that what they're discussing is also shown. So Dr. Uzorowski sends it to you, and then you replied, the micro Duval test result is way below the max required. I would not be surprised if the freeze thaw would indicate the same. The PET number is a different story. From these numbers, the material seems acceptable for use, as I mentioned before, only when the aggregate is subjected to high temp, 400 degrees Celsius and up, and that's when the material starts to break down. Will the pavement experience this high temp? I guess not. So if I understand it correctly, it's what you had just described to us,
Right.
About in the last sentence there, that it, you know, in practice, is the pavement going to experience that 400
No.
plus degree temperature? And the answer is no. Is that right?
It will not experience that.
Okay. And then with respect to the micro Duval test you're referring to, could you just describe that for us?
Micro Duval is a test to test the degradation of the aggregate for loss when it's subjected to. I think micro Duval is wet testing compared to the Los Angeles test, and these are it's an equipment whereby there's water inside it, and they put the aggregate in there, the coarse aggregate, and then there's steel balls that is within there, and then it revolves to how many cycles. And then after that, they weigh it and see if there is a lot of degradation on the coarse aggregate because of the banging and of the steel balls.
Right. So it's abrading the aggregate. Is that right?
Yeah, it's abrasion. It's abrasion test.
Right. Both the micro Duval and the LA test.
Correct.
Test.
LA is dry, and the micro Duval is wet.
Okay. And you indicate the micro Duval test is way below the max required.
That's correct. Yeah.
what does that mean? That's a good thing, I take it.
Yeah. Oh, very good thing, because I'm not sure in the contract documents, even I think the designer most probably have already tested this, most likely, because 1.8, that is really very low loss of which is a very good thing.
Okay, so when you say it's way below the max required, the max is what the specification is for the maximum loss of the aggregate that comes off in the test, and it's below that.
That's correct. I think 15 or 17, I believe, is the max. I'm not 100% sure about that, but it's way below. Okay. So that means to say that the aggregate is a good quality on this type of abrasion test.
Okay. And then you refer to freeze thaw in the second paragraph, freeze thaw and the PET number. With PET number, is that petrographic?
Yes, please. Yeah.
What's that referring to?
I think it's, I'm not familiar with it, but it's one of the requirements. It's most likely there's, I'm not 100% sure. I've not been in the asphalt technology for 2 years now, so I can't. And it's probably, it's a petrographic number. Maybe it's chemical testing and whatever it is.
Okay,
but
you're not sure at this time, though?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay, what about the freeze thaw?
Freeze-thaw is for weathering. They usually put it on hot temperature in the oven, and then after a cycle, then it goes through the freezer, just to simulate the weather condition in most likely here in Canada. We have a hot, and that is the aggregate subjected to that kind of weathering.
If we could go to image 52. And I guess 52 and 53. Okay, and it's at the bottom of 52, paragraph 105 sub B. So this is on July 23rd, 2005. And if you could expand that, please, 105B. Thank you. So on July 23rd, this is now 5 days after the last email we were discussing. You emailed Dr. Uzorowski indicating, just to remind you, trial strip SMA this coming Wednesday. I guess this is a Monday that you're emailing him on the 23rd, since we know it took place on the 25th. And then also, if you are going to issue written approval, parentheses, with reservation, close parentheses, for the SMA mix design, please include the SP19 mix design, parentheses, we've already given the verbal approval during the regular monthly meetings, close parentheses, just to confirm it in writing. And so the first thing you're addressing there with Dr. Uzorowski is the SMA test strip, which we'll get to very shortly. In the second paragraph, there's a couple of things I'd like to ask you about. The first is you refer to if Dr. Uzorowski is going to issue written approval with reservation for the SMA mix design. So what do you use the term with reservation about the SMA mix design approval?
That's because of the what I observed in the ignition oven. He has to be informed. He has to be informed because as I always say, I am not that qualified what happens if if it is subjected to that kind of which is not actually being subjected, but the test results is the test results. So I have to inform him for his information.
Okay, so that's the reservation that you refer to is specifically with respect to the ignition oven results that you've described?
Correct.
Okay, and nothing else, only that issue?
No, that's not the only issue. Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay. But you've already you've told us, you've described that the aggregates are not going to experience the 400-degree temperature in practice that caused their background. So why at this point is there you've already described that in your emails to Dr. Uzorowski. Why suggest a reservation at this point?
It is for his information.
Okay, even though you've already described it to him?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
He has to be aware. Okay, so.
And the second thing you refer to in that second paragraph is after referring to the written approval with reservation for the SMA mix, you say, please include the SP19 mix design, which we've already given the verbal approval during the regular monthly meetings, just to confirm it in writing. So which mix design are you referring to there?
I believe if I see this email, most likely this is the SMA mix. I'm not 100% if I can recollect this, but could be
it refers to the SP19 though.
Mm-hmm. Also probably the same because there was already it says here there was already a verbal approval during the monthly meetings, just to confirm it in writing.
Of which one? What yeah, one or both?
Both, I think, both. This one probably is saying both. Mhm.
Right. And do you recall there being specifically an oral approval having been given for the SMA mix design?
No, only I've read it in the minutes.
All right.
Mm.
And would it have been you or Dr. Uzorowski that would have given that?
Oh, it's always it's Ludimir. That's why I always tell you this is higher senior management who does the approval of mixed designs.
Okay. And we know that, as I said, the SMA test strip was placed by Dufferin on July 25th. And we go to image 53, to take that down, we can just leave it up there, I think. No, I guess 53 and 54, please. So in paragraph 107, indicating that Dufferin placed the test strip on the 25th of July, and then in paragraph 108 at the top of image 54, you emailed Dr. Uzorowski the next day, July 26th, and you attached some photos of the SMA cores from the test strip. And you state thickness is thinner than required. There seems to be some sort of aggregate breakdown. And I think this is what you were talking about before when we were looking at the meeting minutes on the 10th of July. So if you could describe what you what are talking about here.
Well, we cored it. The test strip was cored, which is that's the only time we cored because we're not supposed to be coring SMA on the main line. So the test strip is there with us to core, and of course after coring we measure the thickness of that. Is not only one, but I believe we did sorry, we did 4 or 5 cores of that, and I found out that it's a bit thinner from the photos that I've sent Ludimir. I think it's 32 millimeters.
32 millimeters on average.
Yeah. And the required is 40.
Right.
But just to emphasize that these are test strip, and that's why they call it test strip, because we need to know, okay, this is the way we're going to do it. But that is not unusual that some of this test strip could even go higher, thicker, and lower.
Right. It's you're testing out whether, or the paving contractor is testing out whether they can replicate the mixed designs in practice on an actual placement, and whether they can meet the specifications.
That's correct. Yeah.
And so is a test strip being thinner than it's supposed to be? Is that an unusual issue, or is it something that is fairly common?
That's common. It happens in all test strips.
Sorry, in all test strips, that's the result? Or, I mean, surely it can't be
in
all
my
test
experience,
strips.
not in all, but just to not in all test strips, but in my experience, it happens.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And then what about the aggregate breakdown issue that you described? There seems to be some sort of aggregate breakdown.
It's because I saw it, because I did photos of it.
Right. Well, I wonder if we could go to one of the photos. If we go to Golder 1737, I think there's 5 photos, which 4 or 5 would be consistent with your recollection. There were 4 or 5. So this is the first of the photos attached to your email.
Yeah.
And test strip, and I see you've got the ruler out there.
Yeah.
When you're measuring it, the thickness,
Yeah.
And I see it says that sample is SMA core 1. And then it says site 25 plus 250 link to Stone Church off ramp on July 25th. So these are the cores that you were talking about
That's right.
from the test strip? Okay. So what's the aggregate breakdown issue that you're talking about?
Well, you could, if you could see, if you could, there's another core. There are 5 cores in there.
Yeah.
Maybe this one is not very, the clarity is not that good, but maybe the other 2, 3, 4 you could see.
Okay, we can go, the visual is one issue. We can go to the next one. Hold on. If we could go to Golder 1738 register. We can just go through them until you see one that, if you think you're able to point it out.
Yeah, you could even see the down one. The first, the darker one is the SMA, I believe.
Yeah.
And at the bottom there, you could see a bit of cracking on the course aggregate.
I see, like in the middle there, there's an aggregate that's
yeah. But it's not widespread, but I still have to inform Ludimir about it.
Right.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, and which you do.
Yeah.
And what you referred earlier to the vibratory roll, the vibratory function on the right. I say vibratory roller, I understand
Right.
that something you can turn on and off, but
Yeah.
the vibratory function, you referred to that earlier. Was that something that was used on the test strip?
I'm not 100% it was being used at that time, but most likely they were using it.
Okay, you don't have a specific recollection, but most likely they were?
Yeah.
Okay. And what in your view, in your experience, was causing this this cracking or aggregate breakdown email issue as you described it?
They probably used the vibratory this time because, as I explained before, that SMA is stone to stone skeleton. So there is always a tendency that there's no fine aggregate that could absorb the impact of the APT vibratory. The vibration is used.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then maybe just go to one more photo there. That's 138 Golder 1739. Which is another test strip photo.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know from your perspective if this one is clearer or less clear.
You could still see at the bottom the coarse aggregate, the picture at the bottom of the 32 millimeters. There's still a bit of crack in there.
Okay.
But overall, you could see too that there isn't much that crack. But as I always tell, I always mention that I still have to make comments to Ludimir about it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could go to, take those down, please. Go to image 54. It may be on there. Yeah. And then in paragraph 109, in the first 4 lines is about an email from you to Dr. Uzorowski on July 27th, 2007, and you attached the test strip test results, and you stated air voids is low, DCC got 6.22 on their AC, but seems to be higher on AV 3.1, which does not jibe with their test result on trial plant mix. And first of all, DCC, that's Dufferin, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and AC is asphalt cement?
That's correct.
All right, and AV is air voids, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so deal with the first issue. Air voids is low, and then you compare what DCC got on their ACC. Can you just unpack a little bit what you're talking about here?
Well, we did the same test, the same sample.
Right.
And what we
Sorry,
got,
you mean Dufferin did the test and we being Golder did the test?
yes,
on the same
at the
sample.
rain at the our field laboratory.
Yep.
And what we got is the airboard is lower compared to theirs, and their I think the AC is also not the same as what they got.
Okay, so if we could just open up Golder 1735, please, which is the attachment to Mr. Delos Reyes's email. It says Super Pave Hot Mix Asphalt Concrete Test Report.
Yes.
And we see there under the volumetric properties section, sorry, I should say this is dated July 25th, 2007. So it's the test sample on the ramp. And under the top chart there, volumetric properties, you see in the third column, it says JMF. That's what you were referring to earlier, right?
That's correct, yeah.
So that's what it's supposed to be. And then under test, the column to the left of that, that's the actual results. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the actual result. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, and then to the right of the JMF, it shows the variance from the JMF, the actual test results from the JMF, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, and then down below in the chart below, it's the gradation results. So there's the volumetrics and then gradation results.
Yeah. But remember, just to emphasize here, the what we're using is ignition oven.
Right.
Yeah, and Dufferin was using the solvent. So there's a difference there in testing system.
Were you still at this point? Because you had addressed that earlier in the emails that we were talking about. Had you not moved to the solvent extraction method by this point?
Because what we've been saying here is that the testing protocol of Dufferin is different from what we're. So there will be differences in, especially on the grading, on the sieve analysis. That's why if I can go ahead, and I believe it was decided that our Whitby office, which has a solvent extractor, all the SMA samples should be sent there to make sure that it also correlates with correlate means the difference would not be that big like what we're using in ignition oven.
Right, but you had already dealt with the ignition oven issue. We looked at your email, the emails from July 17th.
Mm-hmm.
So more than a week before that you were dealing with this, with the ignition oven issue.
Yes.
So I would have thought and understand that by this point you are using the solvent extraction method, and I see that it's in the test strip, which is on the 25th. So by that point, surely you're using the different method.
Yeah, I'm here. It says here that we're using ignition oven on the test strip that was sample, but I believe that another sample also was sent to our Whitby office, which does the solvent extraction.
Where does it? Oh, I see where you say at the bottom it says asphalt cement by ignition oven.
Yes, yes.
Okay, right. But you're saying it. Do I understand you correctly? You're saying you think you were using the solvent extraction method nonetheless?
No, we don't have that kind of equipment in Rainer lab. We don't have everything that's being sent to Whitby office because of we cannot set just to repray. I mean, before that we cannot actually put up the same equipment, the solvent equipment at the Rainer lab because of environmental requirements. So that's why we were using ignition oven.
No, I understand that, but having found that there was the aggregate breakdown, are you saying that you continued to use the ignition oven?
On the test strip only.
On the test strip, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, do you recall specifically doing that, or is it, or is this because it says asphalt cement by ignition oven on this?
I think we did the samples. We did the ignition testing in for the test strip. But because you could see even from the here, it says 80 tons, which is very little. That's a test strip. So that's probably equate to around maybe 300 to 400 meters only. That's why it's a test strip.
Right.
And it's
No,
a ramp. So yeah.
and it's prior to the actual main line.
Correct. That's
being
correct.
done. So. Okay, just note that you don't indicate though that the issues with correlation here in your email to Dr. Uzorowski, you don't suggest that it has to do with the ignition oven, with correlation problems at this point.
No, this is just probably the test strip that we're testing.
Yeah, I'm just going back to your email where you were comparing what Dufferin got, and that you don't mention that the cause of any correlation problems are to do with the ignition oven being used as opposed to the solvent extraction method.
No. This is just for us to test this, the samples that was given to us by Dufferin. But as I believe I can recall that another sample was sent to our Whitby office.
Okay.
For solvent extraction.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We go to all right, if we could mark that as an exhibit. Yeah, it's attached, but it's not in the overview document. So if we could mark Golder 1735 as an exhibit, I believe that's 29. All right, if we go to back to the overview document, image 59. No, sorry, that's wrong. Image 54. Yeah, thank you. In the same paragraph, on that day, Dr. Uzorowski's notes indicate there was a meeting about the test strip on site on the same day, and his notes refer to meeting with Marco Otti, James DCC, Andrew, and LU. Do you recall if you were at that meeting?
It could be, because it says here, I can't recall exactly, but if my name is there, then most likely I was there.
Okay, you don't have a specific recollection, but if
No.
Okay, all right,
that's 15 years ago, so
it is
almost 15 years ago. I can.
Okay, and so you don't have any recollection of the meeting one way or the other, though?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Okay, nonetheless, is that consistent with your understanding at the time in Dr. Uzorowski's notes that the test strip was rejectable, and that it had failed because of the gradation on 4.75 millimeters and the low lab voids?
Yes.
Low compaction, is that accord with your general understanding whether or not you were at the meeting?
I believe so, and also probably because of the thickness is,
yeah, and he refers in the last line. Then he says, and low compaction.
Yes,
that's what that refers to.
That's correct.
Well, actually, that's not the thickness. Low compaction is different than that, but that's an additional issue. Is the 32 millimeter average as opposed to 40?
Correct. That's correct.
And then if we could pull up 55 as well. And so at the bottom of 54 and on to 55, on July 31st, 2007, you emailed Dr. Uzorowski attaching SMA nuclear density compaction test results for the SMA test strip, and stated they are proceeding ahead tomorrow on SMA SP 12.5 looks okay. Parentheses, compaction wise and matte texture, close parentheses. So we know that means Dufferin was going to start paving the mainline surface course with SMA asphalt the next day, August 1st. Do you recall where you got that information?
Well, from one of the supervisors in the field, I believe, of Dufferin.
One of the Dufferin people.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall specifically who, or just
No, I couldn't recall who.
All right. And do you recall if you had any discussions directly with a Dufferin people or person about, beyond them telling you that they were going to proceed, but they were doing this even though the test strip failed?
No, I don't think I can recall that. No.
Okay. And you attach to your email the Golder 1640, and if we could pull that up. And this is attached to your email, and this is an asphalt nuclear density test results summary. And there's just a few things I want to ask you about on this, because it's what's attached to your July 31st email about the test strip.
That's correct.
So the first thing is near the top there, it says type of mix SP 19.0 R15, not SMA. And then it says average thickness 32 millimeters. Can you?
That's probably a typo. Yes.
Okay.
Clearly, the average thickness is 32, which you saw already that's SMA. SP19 will not be that thin, no.
Okay, and
you could see that it's a ramp. Is the ramp? That's where the test strip was being done.
Right. So you're under location, which is the third big column that has then 4 columns underneath it.
Yeah.
It says station and then direction, and below that it says ramp.
Yes. That's
okay.
correct. Yeah.
And then it says Lincoln to Stone Church. That's the location. Is that what you recall as being the location of the ramp that you were talking about?
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, the ramp. Yeah.
Okay. And then it also has the date paving. It says on the far left column and date cord, it says July 17, 2007, and then cord on July 18, 2007, whereas we know the test strip was on the 25th.
Yeah, that's probably a typo too. Yeah.
And just when you describe the way that this was earlier on, you described generally how the test results were dealt with. Would these results have first have been done by the technicians in handwriting, and then you translate it? Does that apply also to the nuclear density test results?
That's correct. Yeah, I think. But we can make mistakes on these dates. But obviously, from the test results that you can see here, it's very obvious that it is from the test ramp, from the ramp, the test strip.
Okay, and then on that issue, there's what's the third column from the right is MRD. What's that refer to?
That's the maximum relative density. That is the one that we use to calculate the percent compaction of the mats.
Right, and so so just to start with that, every row below maximum relative density has 2,342 kilograms per cubic meter. Is that right?
Right. That's right. Yeah.
So that's what the specification, or sorry, that's what the density is the maximum density of that pavement?
Of the mat. Yeah.
Okay, and then to the left of that, that's the actual, the in situ density. That's the actual measurement. Is that right?
That's correct. That's the the density measured by the nuclear density gauge.
Right. So that's the compaction that you're measuring.
That's correct.
Percent. Okay. And so does the maximum relative density, does that tell you that the type of asphalt that you're dealing with?
It's not the type, but that is the one we use to actually measure the compaction of, and that is standard for all our in asphalt paving. We use the maximum relative density.
Right, but does the number change depending on the asphalt mix?
No, that this, I believe this is an average of the whole samples that was taken. And that's the one we use every day to refer to, because you have to refer to something to get a percent compaction. And the BRD, or the bulk, is there. If you see, it's a bit loose, but the maximum relative density is the maximum density of that material.
Right. Does
That's
it
what
vary?
yeah.
Does the maximum relative density, does that vary between SMA, HL1,
Oh, yeah.
SP19?
Correct. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. And does the maximum relative density number of 2,342, does that tell you which type of asphalt mix you are dealing with here?
I'm not exactly sure of what you're asking, but this is what we got.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm asking if you can tell whether it's SMA or SP19 or some other mix based on the maximum relative density.
Yes, you could actually tell if you compare it to the JMF. If it's close to the jump mix formula,
Right.
then it could, because there's a big difference sometimes in if you compare the maximum relative density of let's say an HL8 or with SMA.
Right.
You know,
But you can't tell off the top of your head though today. You're
no,
sure.
no.
Okay.
But it's most likely this is the SMA. I'm not, but it is the SMA, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Then to summarize, you not despite the dates and the type of mix listed, you believe that this was the results from the test strip on of SMA laid on the 25th of July, 2007?
That's correct.
Okay.
But because you could see that there's a core correction. So
yes.
Yeah.
And what significance
well,
is that?
the core, it's because in practice, the right way of doing determining the density of a mat is when we core. But this time, because we're not allowed to do destructive testing, which is coring on SMA, we actually core it and then compare it to whatever is the nuclear density resource that we have. So that is how we do it. You know.
Okay, but how does that assist you in determining that this is SMA from the test strip? Are you saying that the mere fact that you have the core correction there?
Yes, it's because afterwards, after the test strip, we never use core correction because we never cored. The SMA was never cored. The main line, in the main line, it was never cored. Only
Right.
on the test strip, yes. That's why some of the results you could see there's a core correction of 000, which
Yeah.
means there was no coring.
Okay, so but you did take cores here, so why is there
In
a
the
core
test strip,
correction?
yes.
So
in the
why
test
is there
because
a core correction here?
Because of the test strip. We cored it on test strip.
Yeah.
This is a test strip. It's not the main line that you're doing. So we need to find out actually what is the density of the mat itself, because from practice and experience, as most of these technicians and engineers know, that the nuclear density gauge is not exactly it's a guide for us most of the time to see if we are within the range. but the coring is very accurate in that to know the density of the mats, because we actually test the actual core in the lab.
Right.
In comparison to an equipment which is a nuclear density gauge, it's from practice and experience. Even if you use the nuclear density gauge, if you move it right maybe an inch or two, these numbers can change, not significantly, but you cannot get exactly like in the first year to 1.2145. You cannot get that exact number. There will be a difference. Yeah,
Well, and then
because of the way these machines are set up.
So the core correction of 7, you add that to 2145.
Yes.
This is the top row. In
Yes.
situ density 2145, core correction is 7. You add 7 to 2145, and that gets you 2152.
Yeah. Core correction could be negative or positive. Yeah.
Okay. What you're saying is that assists you here in if I understand you correctly, in identifying that this was from the SMA test strip.
That's correct. Yeah.
All right. And I think I count in total 13 of 51 of these test results, the compaction test results being in the rejectable range. It's about a quarter of them. Is that consistent with what you recall?
Is that the test strip you're talking about?
Well, that's the doc. Yes. If this is the document in front of us, and you said that you think it's from the test strip. So is that?
Oh yeah. This is the test strip. Yeah.
So in about a quarter of them are in the. And actually, sorry. You know what? We can't. You know what? I apologize. We should pull up the native of this.
Yeah, I think
it doesn't have next to there the rejectable. So I said that off the top.
What I remember is that there was a spreadsheet where I highlighted in yellow or red the rejectables.
We were just going to pull that up. It's just that that was produced as a PDF, and so those show up below. Okay. So we're going to pull up the native Excel, which has the rejectable on there. I should have done that in the first instance. Might just take him a minute. There we go.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And Registrar, if you could just expand the left 2 columns. Yeah, thank you. So that the dates show up. So yeah, they're highlighted as yellow, as well as certain of the stations that are located there.
Right. Yeah.
We could scroll down a bit as well to the bottom, all the rejectable ones. And so you highlighted the rejectable ones, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And so with anything under 93% is rejectable, except at the longitudinal joints where it's under 91%. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I appreciate it's a test strip, but is 25%, what do you take from that? 25% rejectable?
What do you mean by 25%?
Well, this is a test strip, and you've already described that in a test strip, the purpose is to test and see if you can get it right. And it's correct. Not uncommon that it doesn't get it right.
That's correct.
But if it's not a test strip, is it what would you take from 25% of the compaction results being rejectable?
I'm not sure where we're going with that question, but this is a test strip. That's it. I mean, it's not about actual testing of the main line. That's what we have to talk about. But the test strip. I mean, whatever.
Okay, we'll get to the main line then.
That's why it's highlighted there about the rejection. I don't know what percent is that or what, but that is what I sent to Ludimir for his review. To calculate all these percentages, that's not my my job. Make sure that all this information are passed to Dr. Jaworski.
Okay, we'll get to the main line shortly then. If we could go back to the overview document. image 55, please. And so this is the same day after you send Dr. Uzorowski your email that we were just talking about with the test strip results. Dr. Uzorowski emails Mr. Janicus, Mr. Audi, and Phillips attaching the test results that you had sent to him earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't read out the entire email. If you could take a look at that, and then I'll ask you a few questions.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. So he lists a number of issues. What amongst these or caused you concern?
Well, the rejectable areas that the test strip that we tested.
Okay. He refers in there to the air voids, the laboratory air voids.
No, this is the test strip, the compaction.
Well, he's referring to a number of things in here.
Mm-hmm.
So first he says in the second sentence, as discussed at a meeting with representatives of the City of Hamilton and Dufferin Construction on Friday, July 25th, the mix did not meet the specific requirements. The laboratory air voids at end design and the percentage of the material passing the 0.05 millimeter sieve are in the rejectable zones. Now,
actually, I corrected him that that's the 4.75. Yes,
that's right. You did that.
Yeah.
Shortly after.
Yeah.
I understand that. So that's fine. But first he talks about the laboratory air voids at end design.
Correct.
So what about that?
That was the one that we did, the samples that we tested for the test strip that I think is 1.7. That's previously was, I think you showed that 1.7. The air void was too low.
Okay. And when the air voids are too low, what does that mean? What problem does that
It doesn't. It does not meet the the requirement of 4%.
Right, and what can result from that? Is there some what's the negative effect of having air voids that are too low?
It's too tight. The compaction is too tight, and I'm not supposed to interpret a lot of this, but from experience, if you have a very low air voids, let me just say there's no more space for more compaction after in service. Maybe Dr. Dworski will correct me with this, but he has more experience in a lot of this because he attended a lot of these conferences.
We're just talking about your experience, though.
Yeah,
so
my
just from your
yeah.
experience. So
Yeah.
go on. So it can cause a compaction effect, and what result?
Yeah, the compaction is too tight.
And if the compaction is too tight, what does that cause?
That means there's not enough air voids. That because for in service for a long run, you need a certain amount of space in the mix itself when compacted, so that traffic it will squeeze and so the ideal one actually is 4%.
Right, but what is I understand that it doesn't then meet the requirements. What is the effect of that on performance of the pavement? Does it have a problem? Can it cause a problem with durability?
It could. It
What
could.
about flushing of asphalt cement to the top of the pavement?
It could.
Okay. And what does that cause? If there's a flushing of asphalt cement to the top of the pavement, what does that result in?
It could because of the as I explained before during the first interview, was that asphalt cement is actually like specific gravity is like water, so and aggregate is much heavier. So what happens is when a lot of traffic goes on that, then it squeeze and squeeze, and it goes. The asphalt cement goes on top, and some of we call it bleeding, but in SMA I think they call it fat spots. They call it fat. Yes,
Fat spots?
Yeah, yeah.
Fat
But
spot.
in this when I did this SMA on Red Hill Valley, I have never seen any of these fat spots. Never.
Okay.
I would have taken a photo of that.
Right. You mean on the actual mainline paving?
No, I have never seen that.
Okay. Now, just asking you what it could cause, and then you're saying that you didn't actually observe that on the main line.
No, I have never observed anything. Otherwise, I would have taken, because that's my usual practice. If there's any deficiency on the mat or defects, I would have taken a photo of that and inform Mr. Ludomir right away.
Okay. Thank you. And on that point, we know that Dufferin started the paving of the main line on August 1st. And I'm going to show you compaction test results from that day. Do you recall if you were on site for the first day of SMA paving?
I believe I was.
Right. I mean, I would have thought it's the start of the surface course, and you're there for Golder on the QA roll. Presumably you would be
most
there.
likely there were a lot of people there.
Yeah. Okay. And so if we could pull up Golder 1718.
Sorry, Council, would you like the native?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your attention to that. Okay, so this is the same type of test we were looking at before for the test, but then for the test strip, this one is dated August 1st, 2007 for the date of paving for SMA. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so this again would fall into what you described. You'd receive the results from the technician performing the nuclear density testing, and you would put it into the chart. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then passed it on to Dr. Uzorowski.
That's correct.
All right. And if we scroll down, we'll see on at the very bottom, it says stretch vibrated 1,300 meters, stretch not vibrated 1,950 meters, total paved 3,250 meters. And it gives the start of the vibration at 23 plus 800. See that?
That's correct.
All right, and the 23 plus 800, that's what?
Well, it says there start vibration, but I can't recall about this, but it says there start vibration.
Right, and is that typically something that is noted on Golder nuclear density reports, that whether vibration is being used or not?
Most likely.
Sorry, it is typical because it's not on any of the other reports.
It's not typical. No,
it's not typical.
Not typical. It's most likely that the technician just noted this. Our technician in the field just noted this.
Okay, and if it's not typical, why is your technician in the field noting it on this particular day?
We may have some conversation about maybe I would have asked him to if there's any unusual, you know, activity the contractor is doing, you know.
And what would be unusual about that? Is that because you were not expecting them to use vibration, or is it because you were expecting them to use vibration?
No, I was not expecting using vibration because of the what happened in the test strip.
Okay.
Mhm.
And if we could just scroll up a bit you see on the right-hand side, it says vibration started at this location, and there's the notation under column C of 23 plus 800. So that's the same indication as to where the vibration started to be used. Is your understanding?
That's what this spreadsheet is saying.
Right. And then again, the distances, what's being referred to there? Can you tell from here where along the red hill it is?
I can't recall.
Okay.
I cannot recall this.
All right, if we go up to the top. So though it's based on the station along the construction,
If
right?
if this should reflect on the contract documents where this area is. It should be too, yeah.
On the contract drawings.
Yeah, contract drawings. Yes, yes.
All right. And do you recall if you had any discussions with Dr. Uzarowski about using the vibratory roller?
No, I just send this to him.
Okay. And sorry, are you saying that you did not have a discussion, or you just don't recall
No.
one way or the other?
No, I don't think I had. It's when the SMA paving was already in progress, I just sent all the sorts to him.
All right. Oh, there it is. Sorry, my screen just disappeared for a moment. Okay. And if we go back to the bottom, there's, again, it's the same acceptable, borderline, and rejectable numbers that we looked at before for the test strip. Rejectable of under 93%, except on the longitudinal joints, or under 91%.
Yes,
Right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there, as you can see from this, and if you want, we can go back over it. There's a lot of rejectable results here. Is that fair?
Yeah, from the spreadsheet.
Right. Well, those are the results that were obtained, and the results that you transcribed, and the results that you sent to Dr. Uzarowski, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you make of those results at the time?
None. I just sent this for his review.
I understand that that's what you did. Did you form a view about these results at the time?
No.
None at all?
None at all.
Okay. Are those good results, poor results, or indifferent results?
Well, these are different. There is center edge, and this is outside edge, and whatever is what the spreadsheet says that it is. It is what it is.
It is what it is. I appreciate that, and you've indicated where they are acceptable, borderline, or rejectable, and there's a lot of rejectable results. Is that something that's usual or unusual in your experience?
It happens. In my experience, it happens.
Sorry, it happens or happens?
It happens. It happens.
Is it happen frequently?
I can't say about frequently, but in my experience, it happens.
And do you have a view on these results now? If you didn't at the time, looking at them now, do you have a view about the quality of these results with the number of them being rejectable?
This is what it says here, that they are rejectable, acceptable, and the outside edge.
Okay.
These are stretches, so some are okay, some are not. So
well, about 53%, about 53 of 99 are in the rejectable category as you took it down. So what do you think about that?
could be concerned.
Right.
Yeah, but I never, as what you're saying, 50%. I never, I never do that. I just send all the results to Ludimir, and he has to make an assessment after reviewing what to do with it.
Right. And this placement remained in place though, right? It wasn't removed. There was never any part of the SMA main line that was removed after it was placed. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of
maybe,
that?
maybe. I can't recall.
Isn't that something that you would remember? We're not aware. I just tell you, we're not aware of that having happened. Do you have any different information?
I'm not sure, and I'm not sure SMA was removed from. I'm not aware of that.
Right. And you were there. You were on site every day, so you know, right?
I'm not aware that an SMA stretch was removed. Right. Otherwise, I would probably have make a photo of it if it was being removed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. And if you didn't, then
there's no photo of that. Then I don't think it was removed.
Okay. The next one is August 3rd. If we could pull up Golder 1717. And sorry, this is also the native, if we could. As always, I appreciate the registrar training me on these issues. Thank you. And these are the nuclear density compaction results from August 3rd, so 2 days later. And do you recall if you were there on the 3rd of August for the paving?
Yeah, most likely I was there.
Yeah, okay. And I appreciate it's a long time ago. You don't have a specific recollection, but you were doing the temperature measurements and so forth, so likely that you were there, right?
Yes.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes, correct. That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and it's the same thing. These are the same type of results, and you would have undergone the same process of transcribing and sending to Dr. Uzorowski. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the bottom, you'll see there is, unlike on the first, there's no notation about whether the vibratory roller was used or not. Do you know if it was used on August 3rd?
I'm not aware.
Not one way or the other, you don't know?
No, I can't remember, no.
Okay. And from what I understood you say before, that this is the typical way you would reflect the results, is that you wouldn't mention one way or another whether vibratory roller was used or not.
No,
right?
No. In fact, I was even surprised that there was a mention of that because what I know is that after we did the test strip and vibratory vibration was used, I believe I don't know if we were discussing it, but that the best way to actually mitigate the breakdown of the coarse aggregate is not to use vibration and just use more rollers, and especially close to the close to the paver when it's still hot, because SMA is difficult to compact. So I believe Doctrine added more rollers in that effect.
Right. As the paving progressed, that they used more rollers and pushed them up closer to the paver. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, when it is still hot.
Right. Okay. And if we could go to overview document 3, image 58, please. And it's paragraph 119 on image 58 that when Dr. Uzorowski emailed Mr. Audi along with Phillips and you, indicating a concern about low compaction. And it indicates there are quite a few locations where SMA compaction is low. Some are even below 91%. We are concerned about these locations. Low compaction is almost a constant issue with the SMA paving. He suggests additional nuke compaction testing at these locations in the presence of the contractor's representatives, and then decide what to do. The feasible alternative would be to reduce the payment based on percent compaction. And if we could pull up the native version of Golder 1714. And these are the results from August 7th. So it's the day prior to Dr. Uzorowski's email there. And again, this is the same type of nuclear density test results summary that we were looking at before and that you were involved in transcribing and sending then to Dr. Uzorowski. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And we'll see if we scroll down, registrar slowly, that there's fewer rejectable results. More of them are acceptable. But this is the results that Dr. Uzorowski is referring to there. And if you go right to the bottom there, registrar, yeah, thank you. And again, we see the percentages referred to about the acceptable, borderline, and rejectable. Do you recall if you shared Dr. Uzorowski's concerns at the time about the low compaction being almost a constant issue?
No.
At that time.
At that time, no, I can't recall. No.
All right. But is it you were describing how Dufferin ultimately dealt with the issue?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then just before the morning break, Commissioner, I just want to advise that you recall last week we made RHV 927 Exhibit 24 during Dr. Uzorowski's examination, and that is Mr. Delos Reyes's evidence in chief respecting the asphalt test results issues referred to in overview document 3, paragraph 27. And that's to do with the results and discussion on the 21st of August 2007 and some confusion over labeling of asphalt test results. And that's dealt with for his evidence in chief in his affidavit at Exhibit 24. Mm-hmm. Dr. Uzorowski's affidavit on the topic being Exhibit 23. We'll be moving to a new topic after the break, being the MTO skid testing arrangements. And so maybe this would be a good time to take the morning break.
Yes.
And before we, sorry, Commissioner, I apologize. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to suggest if the registrar could put council into the all council room immediately, just so we can discuss timing of their questions and subsequent witnesses.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Council. I will do.
Good. So otherwise, we'll stand adjourned until 11:41.
Great. Thank you. So may I proceed, Commissioner?
Please do.
Mr. De Los Reyes, we know that you were involved in arranging the logistics of the MTO's skid testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway that ultimately took place on the 16th of October, 2007. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And
But just to interrupt a bit, logistic means like what do you mean by logistics? Like
well, just arrangements.
oh, arrangement. Okay,
Yes.
yeah, arrangement.
Yeah, fair question. If we could go now to overview document 4, registrar, image 59. And sorry, that's the wrong one. My apologies. Hold on. I gave you, you took us to the right place, but bear with me. Right, sorry. It's 53 and 54. Not 59. And in paragraph 124B, C and D, there's references to the arrangements being made. And so this is on October 2nd. Dr. Uzorowski emails Chris Raymond of the MTO in response to an earlier email. And he states, "Thank you very much, Chris. We really appreciate it. Andrew, as you're on the Parkway today, could you please contact Chris and let him know what the best current access is. Please check the Parkway for any obstacles like line painting, any road work, etc., and let Chris know." And then Mr. Raymond indicates that might be best for you to coordinate access directly with Frank, who's referring to Frank Marciello, who operates the skid trailer. And then Mr. Marciello emails you. If we could go to the next image, 55. Giving you the information that they're going to require to do the testing. This is just to situate you in time here on October 2nd. So you recall this sort of lead into the skid testing the MTO performed?
Yeah, if I recall, my only what do you call it? How do you say that in English? But on my participation in this is just to ensure that the path that this machine is going to take is clear of obstacles.
Right.
And I have to ask permission also from the stakeholders like Dafrin, which is the contractor there, and I'm not sure if it's Philips too, that they are going to do any this kind of testing.
Right. And so we go to page 60. I think that's where my numbers are off here. Bear with me for a moment. Image 55, please. Right. So in paragraph 126 at the bottom, Mr. Marciello emails a number of people, including you, about that it's going to happen on October 9th. We know it didn't occur on that date. It was on the 16th. And Then if we go to the next image, that you indicates at the very top, as discussed with Andrew Dellis Reyes of Golder Associates, I plan to be at the Red Hill Valley Parkway entrance at Barton Street by 10 a.m. And then in paragraph 127, you forward that email to Phillips and Dufferin, as you indicated you had to deal with the stakeholders, and you indicated, gentlemen, for your information and permission. And that's to, you got to make sure that there's a clear path, that it's still, the highway isn't open yet. And so it's still, there's construction materials and so forth.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
All right. And we know it occurred on the 16th. Did you meet Mr. Marciello for that eventually? Did you meet him to at least testing? Do you recall?
I cannot recall if I met him on that. No, I cannot.
You didn't ride with him?
I don't believe so, because we have our own vehicle.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know, but this is the skid. This is the actual skid tester. I'm asking, were you with him while he performed the testing, or no?
No, I'm not even sure if I was there during the testing. I'm not 100% sure if I was there, because the reason I could say that, because I'm a bit not the right word, but diligent, but I usually take photos of events, or what do you call that? If something is going on, which is and to document it if it is, because as you were asking me before, and I told you I'm not familiar with skid testing,
right,
since that is not standard in our asphalt paving.
Okay, well, that's fine, and we'll get to that. So you don't think you were there? You would have taken. You think you probably would have taken some photos if you were.
I went to my archives and there was no photo of that equipment.
Okay, and then if we could go to image 59. And paragraph 136. We know the testing occurred on the 16th, and then on the 17th, you emailed Mr. Marciello stating, just a reminder, please email test result as discussed. Dufferin and Phillips Engineering are highly interested. So do you recall who you had discussed with at Dufferin and Phillips about their interest?
I don't know the right person, but what I know, Mom, maybe I was in the field at the time, and one of these people were in the field, and I just mentioned most likely that there's going to be skid testing that's going to happen, and they said they probably replied to me that they are interested in the test results.
Okay, so you fair to say, since you wrote it,
yeah,
you likely would have spoken to someone who told you that they were interested, but you don't recall specifically
no.
that person or people were.
No, yes, that's correct.
Okay. You use the term highly interested, which suggests a high level of interest. Is there any further insight you can give us into that?
Maybe just the word that I use,
Okay, but you don't recall it this time?
No.
Right.
That's why I'm trying to emphasize that my only role in not skid testing, since I'm not familiar with that kind of tests, is that to make sure that the skid testing will be done and without obstruction.
Right. Well, I get that you're only involved in organizing and making sure that the testing occurred.
Yes.
But this is and that you weren't familiar with skid testing, but you are familiar with talking to the people, and it's your email saying that they were highly interested. So I'm simply asking whether you recall what the reason was for their high level of interest.
No, they probably just talked to me that they may need the test results. So
Okay.
Yeah.
And you say that to Mr. Marciello that it's just a reminder. Please email test results as discussed. Dufferin and Phillips Engineering are highly interested. When you say just a reminder, are you referring to just a reminder to email the test results, or a reminder about Dufferin and Phillips being highly interested?
No, just a reminder that they need this information.
Sorry, they being who?
Whoever was the people I was talking to in the field, which I
At
can
Phillips and Dufferin?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
All right, and then at image 62, at the bottom paragraph, 139, on October 18th, Mr. Chris Raymond at the MTO, he emailed to you and Dr. Uzorowski the MTO's friction test results that they conducted on October 16th. Did you do anything with the test results after you received them?
Probably just for information to me. And as I told you the last meeting we have, but that I'm not familiar with this test. To me, it's just a number.
Right. Okay. So number one, did the test results mean anything to you at all?
None.
Did you discuss the results with Dr. Uzorowski after receiving the results?
No.
Did you discuss the results with anyone else?
No.
Did you send the results to Dufferin or Phillips?
I'm not sure if I have done that, but I'm not sure. Maybe Ludimir has sent it to them, but
I'm asking if you did. We don't see any emails, but did you? We don't have any emails. Do you recall if you sent it to Dufferin or Phillips?
I cannot recall. I cannot recall.
Okay. Do you recall speaking to Dufferin or Phillips about the results?
I don't recall that. Since I don't have any expertise in skid testing, so most probably I will not be talking something which I don't really have experience.
All right. And were you aware in any subsequent years of any skid testing the MTO performed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
None. After
October 16, 2007.
No, I don't think I have. I was already assigned in a lot of projects, maybe in the Caribbean. So that was it for me.
You mean, was it to you? You mean once the paving was done and this project was done and the skid testing was done, you were done with the Red Hill Valley Parkway? Once the lab was wrapped up?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right. And have you ever been involved in a project before this one where skid testing was performed?
No, that's why I said I'm not familiar with this type of test. Just I explained to you before that this is not standard testing for most of all the projects that I've been on asphalt paving. Skid testing is not a standard test. So that's why when you interviewed me before, this was my first time to really see this kind of testing.
Okay. And as you said, it was unusual. Did you at any point talk to Dr. Uzorowski about why the skid testing was being performed?
No.
Or with, say, Frank Marciello, since you spoke to him? No? Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. De Los Reyes. Commissioner, I don't have any further questions at this time, so subject to any questions you have.
Mr. De Los Reyes, I just have a couple of questions. I wanted to understand a little bit more about the process by which the original mix design samples were prepared and provided to you. I assume it was Tro who would have mixed the asphalt. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe the Tro was the designer.
Yeah. And so were they responsible generally for the preparation of the asphalt that was to be laid down?
No, in
Dufferin
my
did it.
experience, yeah, Dufferin did it. In my experience, is the designer just they're given all these materials, and then they do the mix and see if it meets the parameters, and if it meets the parameters required in the contract documents, then that will be the mix design.
So would they be giving you samples at the same time as they were receiving samples from Dufferin?
No, the samples already. I mean, not raw chart, but Dufferin will give us a sample based on their mix design.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're talking about the samples that you tested that created the problems of correlation between the two tests, and I guess we're talking in or about July 10th, that would be on the basis of samples that Dufferin had given you. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, it's because of the samples. Because we were the problem was because we were doing a different system, which is we were using ignition, and Dufferin was using a different kind of system called solvent. That
Right.
that made a bit of a problem.
And how large a volume of sample would they have given you?
For sampling for what kind of it just for initial testing?
Yes.
Well, the usual 20 kilograms each, most likely 3 or 4 of that.
Yeah, and I was going to ask how many samples. So 3 or 4.
3 or 4. Yeah, I can't recall how many samples they have given us. Yeah.
And then you would have taken that and converted them into the briquettes for sampling purposes.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
So, Commissioner, I can advise we consulted with Participants Council.
Okay.
And we don't anticipate that their questioning will be terribly long. And Councillor agreed that Counsel for the City, Ms. Janine Roberts, will go first, followed by Mr. Burrier for the MTO, Ms. McAleer for Dufferin, and then Ms. Jennifer Roberts for Golder. And we expect that this will take us well before the afternoon break, and we can address the timing of the next witness at the conclusion of Mr. Delos Reyes' evidence.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Delos Reyes. My name is Janine Roberts, and I'm counsel for the City of Hamilton. I just have a few questions for you, just following up on some of the issues that you discussed this morning. First, I just want to ask you a little more about the issue of the correlation between the test results between Golder and Dufferin, so the solvent extraction versus the ignition oven testing.
Yes.
Am I right that that correlation testing was not because of any sort of concern with the SMA or with the aggregate that was being used?
Yes, the correlation because of the different system that we're using, because different equipment that may not have the same test results because of the one is using solvent and the other one is just using high heat. So
Okay.
that is the main initial problem when we were doing initially in the early days of this project.
Okay, great. And then the ignition oven testing that you mentioned, you told us more about that. And that occurs at a very high temperature, you told us?
That's correct.
And if I'm understanding your evidence correctly, the aggregate breakdown that you saw in that high temperature ignition oven testing, your expectation was that the pavement would never reach those types of temperatures, correct?
That's correct, because in the plant where the contractor is doing it, and in my experience, it will never reach that. Most likely, usually it's around 180 degrees, the maximum where the aggregate is being heated.
Okay, so that means that the breakdown that you were seeing in the ignition oven, you wouldn't expect that breakdown to actually happen when the pavement was being laid?
Definitely not. No.
Okay. And then another type of testing you spoke of this morning was the micro Duval testing. And I think you explained to us that that's meant to simulate how aggregate could wear because of abrasion. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the micro Duval testing, that's intended to predict what would actually happen in real life once the pavement is laid. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if we could just look at OD chapter 3, image 51, please. And the email that's on the bottom there in paragraph 103, if we could just call that out. And Mr. Delos Reyes, I'm just taking you to something that Commission Counsel did ask you about earlier. But I just want to confirm in that third paragraph there, you say, from these numbers, the material seems to be acceptable for use. So am I correct then that based on the micro Duval testing you were seeing, you considered the material to be acceptable at that point in time on July 18, 2007?
That's correct.
Okay. We can take that document down. I want to ask you now about some other testing. And if we could call up Golder 1745, please.
Sorry, Council, is that a native document or?
It should be an email.
Okay, 1 second. I apologize.
And it's probably something that wasn't in the OD. Maybe that's why you're having some difficulties, Registrar.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have that one. I have 1746.
Okay, I did want to go to 1746 afterwards, but 1745 is meant to situate the witness because it's an email from you, Mr. Delos Reyes, to Dr. Yuzefrowski attaching the results, but perhaps we can just look at 1746, Golder 1746. Okay, and Mr. Delos Reyes, perhaps you can, without seeing the email, you can confirm for me that these results relate to a test batch of the SMA, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, and am I right that this includes the air voids, the asphalt cement content, and the gradation results for the SMA test batch?
That's correct.
And you understood at the time that all of these results were acceptable and met the specification, correct?
Yes, that's right. And just to, this was done in our Whitby office because at the bottom there, it says there, that's a Rotarex that is using solvent.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can please mark this as the next exhibit. I believe we're at exhibit 30 now. Can we take a look next at Golder 1636, please? And Mr. Delos Reyes, I just wanted to ask you about the top email here. And you're responding to Dr. Zarowski here. The second line of your email, you say SP 12.5 looks good. What's the SP 12.5 there?
As far as I can recollect, this was probably being used in the ramps.
Okay, so am I right then the SP 12.5, that's SP 12.5 FC2?
FC2, yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. And if we're looking at, this is July 31st, your view at the time was that the SP 12.5 FC2 was looking good?
That's right.
Okay, so you considered the results for the SP 12.5 FC2 to be acceptable as of July 31st, 2007?
That's correct.
Great. And I think those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Del Reyes.
Thank you.
Sorry, so I believe next, Commissioner, it'd be Mr. Bure for the MTO.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Actually, good morning, Mr. De Los Reyes. I'm counsel for the Ministry of Transportation. I have a couple questions for you regarding the October 16th, 2007 friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Mr. Lewis asked you about that this morning. Mr. Registrar, can you please call up Golder 2619? And while this is being called up, this is the email from Chris Raymond providing the October 16, 2007 friction testing results to Mr. Zarowski, as well as copying you and Frank Marcello from the Ministry of Transportation. You'll see that at the end of the email, Chris Raymond says, should you have any questions regarding the results, please do not hesitate to contact us. I believe that should say contact us. Am I correct that you never contacted Mr. Raymond at the Ministry of Transportation after receiving these skid test results from him?
I cannot recall, but the previous interview that I had, what I can recall clearly was that my involvement in the skid testing was just to ensure that there's a clear path for this machine to go through. That was my my role in that, and I believe I don't think because as I was emphasizing, I'm not familiar with this kind of test and equipment too. I'm not familiar with that.
Yes, I understand that. So you don't recall either sending an email or contacting Mr. Raymond by telephone?
I don't recall. Yes, no. It should be, most of these things are most likely Ludimir who would contact them.
Right. And then I take it as well then that you never contacted anyone else at the Ministry of Transportation to specifically discuss these results?
I doubt, because I'm not familiar with it. I will never discuss something which I am not comfortable with. Those are just numbers for me. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my two questions, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe Ms. McAleer is up next for Dufferin.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. De Los Reyes.
Morning.
My name is Jennifer McAleer. I'm one of the lawyers representing Dufferin on this public inquiry. I only have two areas of questions for you this morning. The first is with respect to the use of vibratory rollers. You'll recall that Mr. Lewis asked you this morning a number of questions about vibratory rollers. And I understood you to say that it is standard practice not to use vibratory rollers on bridges. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at the time that the Red Hill Valley Parkway was constructed, I take it you were familiar with the Ontario provincial standard specifications.
not 100%, but just remember I retired 2016, so I probably will not be able to recall a lot of this specifications. So
Don't worry, sir. I have no intention of testing your memory as to the contents of those documents. But I did want to see if we could get a little more clarification about that point by pulling up the OPSS 310. And Mr. Registrar, that is a document that I believe my colleague, Ms. Lorian, emailed to you this morning. It's HAM 3104, and I believe it has been uploaded. So it's HAM 3104. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. So Mr. Delos Reyes, if you look at this document, this is the OPSS 310. And if we look at the bottom of the page, you'll see that this was the one that would have been applicable at the time, because this is the 2004 version. Do you see that?
that's correct. Yes.
All right. Now, is this a document you would have been familiar with back in 2007?
Most likely.
All right. Mr. Registrar, if we could go to image 11 of that PDF. And about 2/3 of the way down the page, Mr. Delos Reyes, you'll see the heading vibratory rolling.
That's correct.
You see that?
Yes.
And it says for all HMA being compacted on bridge decks, vibratory rollers shall be operated in static mode. You
That's
see what
correct.
I mean? Okay.
Yeah.
And when we say HMA, that's hot mix asphalt. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would include SMA?
I assume yes.
And my understanding, Mr. Delos Reyes, is that with the exception of bridges, there is no other prohibition in the OPSS standards with respect to the use of vibratory rollers with hot mix asphalt. Is that your understanding as well?
Well, in my experience, in not all, maybe I can't remember, but in the jobs that I have undertaken, the contractor never actually vibrates a hot mix asphalt on top of because it's still a thin layer that's being laid on a bridge. They never vibrate. They never use vibration. They always use compact it in static mode.
Right, I understand that. My question's a little bit different. So my question is that from my review of the OPSS standards, this section that deals with bridges is the only place in the OPSS standards that actually has a prohibition with respect to vibratory rolling. They specifically say you can't do it on bridges.
That's right, you cannot, yeah.
Right, but nowhere else in the OPSS does it say anything about when you can use vibratory rolling with HMA. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Well, I'm only talking about from the experience I have, that I've never seen a contractor use a roller with vibration. It's always on static mode whenever they, that is my experience. I'm not talking about, yeah. Whenever they try to compact a thin layer of hot mix asphalt, SMA, laid on top of a bridge.
Okay, that's fine, sir. Thank you. Mr. Registrar, you can take down that document. So my only other question for you, and it's really a clarification with respect to some of the evidence you gave this morning. You'll recall that Mr. Lewis took you to some photographs that you had taken of the core samples from the test strip that was done on July 25th.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Registrar, those photos, if we could bring both of them up, please, at the same time. It's Golder 1738 and Golder 1739. Thank you. And I just want to make sure I understood your evidence this morning. You were asked some questions about the aggregate breakdown. And it was a little unclear to me, sir, but were you saying that the aggregate breakdown that you see in these photos is not in the SMA layer, but is in the layer below the SMA layer?
It's the SMA I'm talking about.
Oh, you are talking about the SMA.
SMA, yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Mhm.
I'm being reminded, Mr. Commissioner, that I did not mark the OPSS standard that I just referred to as an exhibit.
Okay, thank you.
If that document, OPSS 310, which is the Hamilton document 3104, if that could be marked as the next exhibit, please. I think it's exhibit 31, Mr. Registrar.
Yes, Council, just confirming
Okay.
it's 31.
Thank you.
Okay.
And we can take down the image of the two samples too, please. Thank you, Mr. Delos Reyes. Those are all of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you.
And then last council up is Council for Golder, Jennifer Roberts.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Mr. Delos Reyes. I just want to go back to the issue of compaction, Mr. Delos Reyes. So, Registrar, may I please ask you to pull up Golder 1685 and 1684? Can you please put them in native format as well? Okay. I think that maybe it's let's look first at 1685. Here we go. Thank you. So, Mr. Delos Reyes, this is another of the compaction testing, and am I reading it correctly that this is testing done on August 11?
It's what it says there.
Okay. And if you'll, if we can scroll down the lines. So you gave evidence earlier this morning that Dufferin changed its compaction technique. Do you remember saying that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And when you look at these results, does this reflect Dufferin's change technique and a more successful outcome for compaction?
I believe so. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Can we please turn up 1684? Thank you. And again, I think this reflects testing on August 13. Is that how you read it?
Yes.
Okay. And again, if we scroll down, I think we've got universal acceptable levels of compaction. Is that how you read it?
Yes.
Okay. And sorry, Registrar, can you go back up a little bit and I maybe make it a tiny bit smaller so that we can see the whole thing? Is that possible? Oh, Mr. Delos Reyes, we can. Can you see all of that?
I'm trying to.
All right. So here's my question: is do you have a sense when you read in column C the stations how much paving that reflects?
If you go on the top and then you deduct the one at the bottom, that's 22 plus 700, and then at the bottom there would be what's the bottom station?
Can we go to the bottom line, please?
That's 28. That's
500.
almost what? 6 kilometers?
Right.
Like 5 point something, 5.8 something, I guess.
I think your math's exactly accurate, sir.
Yeah.
So do you remember how long the Red Hill Valley Parkway SMA paving was?
It's around 7.5.
All right.
If
So
I'm
this-
correct, I'm not very sure, but that's what I know from the contract document. If I'm right.
That's about it.
Mhm.
And then am I right in understanding this compaction, that this reflects compaction for a significant majority of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
That's what it says in the spreadsheet.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Registrar, you can pull that down. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask before you do that?
Oh, of course.
Now we're talking, this one is for the southbound lanes, is that correct?
Yes.
So it's a significant portion for the southbound lane.
Right.
Is that the way we should read this evidence?
Registrar, do you want to go back up? I think that's right, but let's go to the top. We've got a couple of northbounds.
There's a little bit of
Northbound,
lane in there as well.
Yeah.
right. So let's just go to Golder 1685 and see if we can match that.
Just before we do that, is it continuous? There are northbound lanes in the middle. If we drop that, we go from 24 plus 200 southbound lane to 25 plus 200 southbound lane. I'm not quite understanding.
100.
It doesn't look like it's continuous.
We've got the station 22700 southbound lane, and then you're right, there's some instances of northbound lane there. And then we pick up again southbound lane 25, so it's not continuous. But I think if we go to the 11th, the testing that was done on the 11th, that might fit in the gap.
Why don't we look at the 11th?
Look. So that registrar, that would be 1685, please. $22, $122. 0. So is this all southbound? Can you scroll down, Richard, please? 22. Right. So you'd have to match them together to get a complete to sort of fill in whatever the gaps are in the testing that was done on the 13th.
Right, and this is all southbound lane still.
Mr. De Los Reyes?
Yes. Yes.
That's how I read it. Is that how you read it?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
So is it worth going back to the other two to see whether they're northbound lanes?
There's not, I don't know that we've got complete records of the testing.
We don't have complete records.
And that's, we're going back to work that was done in 2007. There are gaps in the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Registrar. And Commissioner, any other questions on that?
No, I don't have more questions on that.
Okay. Then just 2 points I just wanted to raise. Mr. De Los Reyes, we've talked a lot about the SMA asphalt on the main line.
That's right.
Was the same asphalt mix also put on the ramps?
No, this is the ramp, I believe, was the FC2 12.5. That's what I remember that being used in the ramp.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then last question, sir. You mentioned this earlier, but when you, at the completion of the paving, did you observe any fat spots or flushing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
None at all. None. As I previously said already before, I've never, otherwise I would have taken a photo of that and send it to Ludimir, because that is a defect. So I have not seen that on the SMA.
Thank you. And just for clarity and explanation, can you describe for us what a fat spot or flushing is?
That's when the air voids sometimes is very low, so there's no more space for the liquid asphalt. So the tendency is for it to push up and create that on a streak they call it bleeding, but on this case they call it fat spots. Sorry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's very obvious. You will see it right away if there's any defect on that. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And can I just ask you, in your experience, what did you observe of the quality of the asphalt mat for the SMA asphalt on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
It is actually, even the photos that I have taken, you could see that even I made a photo close up of the texture of the mat, and at the same time, where I took that photo of the close up, I took it longitudinally. You could see that the mat is, I mean, it really looks good. I don't see anything, there's no, I haven't seen any defect on that. And it's in segregation, which are actually, in my experience, that's the first thing we have to see as an inspector, because that's the first thing that you have to know after the paver. You have to make sure that the supervisors know about, because segregation is a big problem in paving, especially if the bigger stones. But on the SMA, I have never seen that. I've never seen segregation on the SMA.
Thank you, Mr. De Los Reyes. Those are my questions.
I wonder if I could just ask one follow-up question on which date was it? On the August 13th compaction results. So Registrar, this is Golder 1684. And I guess the native. Thank you. And we were looking at the southbound, northbound lane, and its direction being southbound and northbound. To the right, the next column of that is the lane. And here it shows lane 3 all the way down. And is that, and I see that all of the compaction reports show the lanes. Does this mean that it's for that one lane along that whole distance?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. We know there's a climbing lane. I don't know if it's the reason why we've got the distinction between when there's an extra, when it changes from southbound to northbound. I'm not sure if that's the reason. Do you have any idea about that?
Nope. That's what the test result is saying. So
It would indicate though that if it's whatever, if it has the same lane number all the way down, that means it's one lane that's being paved in that.
That's one thing,
test.
yes,
In
yes.
test. Okay, that's my only question. Thank you very much. You take that down there, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, Commissioner, we thank you, Mr. Delis Reyes. We appreciate your time and preparation. We are at just a bit after 12:30, and we've conferred with council and Ms. McAleer for Dufferin. We alerted them on the weekend that we may be finished with Mr. Delis Reyes before the end of the day, and to have Mr. Gamble available for after the afternoon break, which he will be available, but he's on the way into the city, I understand. And so, and obviously he has to get sort of set up. So we'd ask that we just take an early lunch and then resume at the normal time.
2:15
for Mr. Gamble.
Okay.
We can at least get started on him today, get a good ways through his evidence.
Okay, well then let's stand adjourned until 2:15.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner and Council. Our next witness is Mr. Peter Gamble. And if the court reporter could affirm him, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gamble. I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I will.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gamble. Thank you for coming. I'd just like to go through a bit of your background and history at Dufferin. And I understand that you were a long timer with Dufferin, that you worked with or at Dufferin from 1975 until August 2020. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you retired in 2020?
August of 2020.
Okay. And I understand that you worked your way up through the company, up and through the company in a variety of positions, from being on the tools, so to speak, hauling asphalt, to management positions as the years passed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, could you just give us a long career, I know, but
That's
give us a brief, yeah, no, and I said.
Yeah, sure. I could. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering if you could give us just a brief description of that long career and your trajectory through Dufferin.
Sure. In 1975, I had a trucking company that worked exclusively for Dufferin, and it was mainly hauling asphalt. So I got a real interest in asphalt, especially in the placement of it. And in 1989, I believe, 89-90, I actually became a full-time, sold the business, became a full-time employee of Dufferin, starting as an asphalt foreman. The roles that I acquired through my career was starting as an asphalt foreman, went to a general foreman, then went to an asphalt specialty superintendent, then a manager of plants and equipment, which was the role that I had when this paving occurred on the Red Hill, and I had the last 10 years from 2010 to 2020 as a general manager.
All right, and I understand that the Dufferin was the paving contractor for the Lincoln Alexander Parkway in 1997. Were you also involved in that project in some capacity?
I was a specialty superintendent at that time, so I was not on the tools, but I was a specialty superintendent.
So you're managing the crews who were placing the asphalt, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And just, there's a bit of an echo, so if you're speaking clearly, but if I ask you to repeat something, that's probably the reason. I don't know if others are experiencing that, but just hopefully it won't be too much. Okay. And I understand it was from February 27th, 2007 to March 31st, 2010 that you were the manager of plants, equipment, and technology. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
And as you indicated, that's when the Red Hill paving took place. Can you describe your general duties in that position?
As the manager of plants and equipment, I was responsible for all the pavement crews, both concrete and asphalt, all of the asphalt plants and concrete plants. I was responsible for the quality control laboratories. I had reporting to me two QC managers, one for asphalt, one for concrete. I believe I had 3 specialty supers, and then there was numerous crews that all fell under the people that reported to me.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, and I also had 4 equipment shops that had superintendents that reported to me also.
All right. And the position that you occupied right before you were the manager of plants, equipment, and technology, what was that?
That was especially asphalt superintendent.
Okay. And what did that position entail?
That position entailed scheduling and just moving crews to the different projects across the province. That was company wide.
For asphalt.
For asphalt, correct.
Okay. when you were the manager of plants, equipment, and technology, I think you said that the quality control department was under you?
That's correct. All the labs, and we had 2 managers, 1 concrete, 1 asphalt.
And the asphalt supervisor, that became Paul Janicus at some point, was that right?
That's correct. At the time of this project, we were in transition from Wade, who moved from asphalt to concrete, and we moved Paul up.
Sorry, that was Wade Leary?
O'Leary.
O'Leary.
Wade O'Leary.
Right. Now Dave Hayner was a project superintendent during the Red Hill paving, but I understand he didn't report directly to you in any event. Is that right?
That's correct. He reported to the district manager of the region.
Was Jake Sudak?
That's correct.
All right. And as the project superintendent, what were his responsibilities? Is it the daily operations?
Daily operations, the contractual part of the contract, and meeting with the owner.
All right. And in your capacity as the manager, plants, equipment, and technology during the Red Hill paving, were you also responsible for the selection and purchase of the raw materials used in the paving?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So for asphalt, we can put aside the concrete for a moment. For asphalt, that includes the asphalt cement,
That's correct.
component, the aggregates used in the mix.
That's correct.
Anything else that's used in the mix?
Anything that's got to do with asphalt, I would purchase it.
Okay. And what else does that include for asphalt that you're purchasing?
It's really just aggregates and asphalt cement.
Okay.
And some fuel oil too, and some natural gas.
Right. In order to run the equipment?
To heat the asphalt.
Oh, the actual heating of it. Okay. All right. And was that the same prior to you becoming the manager when you were in your immediately prior position? Were you also purchasing materials for asphalt?
I was, yes.
Okay, so at least as far as asphalt goes, it was the same thing?
It was me.
Okay. You are, of course, familiar with the Ontario Hot Mix Producers Association, otherwise known as OMPA.
Yes, I am.
And OMPA had representatives on its board from industry, from representatives of the various asphalt producers. Is that right?
That's correct.
And including Dufferin?
Including Dufferin?
And you were on the board for a period of time as Dufferin's representative, is that right?
Yes, I was.
And for how long, from when to when approximately?
I'm going to say 10 years, but definitely during the term that this project had taken place in 2007.
Okay. Both before and after this project, you were still on it.
Correct.
Okay. And we'll get into some specifics, but generally speaking, can you tell us what your role was during the Red Hill Valley Parkway construction?
Well, the role of manager of plants and equipment was simply that all the people who reported me were a support mechanism for the field. So whether it be structures or concrete or asphalt or manufacturing plants or testing, they were all in support of the field. So that we had 3 districts at the time, and so this whole department was a support mechanism for the people that were doing the work.
And okay, and so your role was what, managing all those people under you?
Managing those, supporting those projects with the right people to complete the work.
All right, and so typically were you involved in I don't mean hands-on in a tool sort of way, but in a day-to-day role on the project, or are those the people that were under you?
Under me, yeah.
Okay, so not in a day-to-day role yourself?
Not at all.
And did you attend any of the site meetings for the Red
Not that I
Hill?
recall. No.
Is it fair to say that, not exclusively, but for the most part, in terms of email traffic on the project, that that you're receiving them in a for your information copy sort of way, as opposed to being directly involved? Is that fair, generally speaking?
Absolutely, that's fair. It's just everybody keeping me in the loop.
Okay. And were you also involved in the grading part of the project, which obviously preceded the paving?
Not at all.
Because you were at the time in the asphalt position.
Correct.
Okay.
That's a contractual part of the job with the district.
Right. And how often, if ever, did you attend the Red Hill construction site?
I'm going to say I was there for the test trip, and I'm going to say I probably had. I know I met with the staff on site for some shoulder. I'm going to say maybe a half a dozen times max, and 2 or 3 of those were drive-throughs.
Okay.
Not intentionally to meet anybody, but just I was just driving through because I lived in that area just to take a look at progress.
Right. Okay. So by that, literally a drive-through, see how things are looking, what's going on, without meeting with people. And then the one specific memory you have is though the test strip, which we'll get to, but that was on July 25th, 2007. That's the event you're talking about?
I was present, correct.
Okay. And what would, aside from just being copied on matters, typically what sort of matters would you get involved in? Would you be brought into into issues on the Red Hill?
Normally, the only time I ever got involved is if there were issues, and generally it wasn't an email, it would be a phone call. Most emails are always FYI. If there was an issue there, then I got a phone call.
And so what sort of, do you recall what sort of things you would get brought into?
Mainly employees, difficult employees, equipment breaking down, plants breaking down, just those kind of things.
Okay. Now, we know that demix aggregates from the Varennes quarry in Quebec were used for the SMA and Superpave 12.5 FC2 surface courses for the Red Hill. And whose decision was it to use those aggregates?
That was my decision.
Right, in your capacity, as you said, of the purchasing capacity of your positions.
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall why you made that particular decision?
Actually, there was a few reasons, actually. Number one, contract allowed for it, for one. Number two, we were a vertically integrated company, so any chance that we got a chance to use our own material, we would. Number three, we knew we had a very good product in Quebec, highly regarded by the MTQ, and it was available. And number three, it made economic sense just to go that route, so that's why we proposed to do that.
Okay. Or that river, I guess, is the idea that you bring it down ultimately the St. Lawrence River through Lake Ontario to the site. Is that right?
Well, any pre-migrant had to come by boat.
Right.
Any pre-migrant, whether it be Lafarge or OTR, anything, everything comes in by boat. So why not our own material?
Okay. And so you mentioned a number of things. The first one was that it was not a requirement of the contract. And if I understand your correct shorthand, and correct me if I'm wrong, you mean that it wasn't, unlike the MTO, wasn't a requirement that it be an aggregate, specific aggregate listed on the designated source materials list. Is that correct?
That's correct. The project didn't restrict us to the DSM.
Right. And was that a usual or unusual thing on a municipal project? That there not be a restriction on the type of aggregate that was used?
This was a unique job where it was a perpetual payment, and we had never done SMA for the region before, or any municipality for that matter. So so this was the first time we ran into it, and like I said, it wasn't restricted to the DSM, so that's why we went the route we went.
Okay, so a few things there. I mean, the MTO uses or requires DSM listed aggregates for just as in summary for, you know, high volume surface courses, where the surface course is going to be used on high volume roads, right? It's
Well,
it's not just SMA. It's not just SMA that they require that for.
But it's the same stone one.
Right. No, I understand. So the issue, right, it's not just SMA, it's anything that it's required that it be on the DSM for. So the second thing is, you said that first use of SMA, do you mean first use of for Dufferin placing SMA at all, or did you mean something different there?
First time that we ever did a municipal job with SMA.
Okay. Had you at that point done a non-municipal job with SMA?
I believe we had done one prior to this once.
Okay. For the MTO?
The MTO.
Do you recall where that was?
I believe it was QEW. It's right in the QEW.
Okay. And so then putting aside SMA for a moment, was this an unusual thing for a municipal project that, or was it usual that specific aggregates not be specified?
Municipal always used 103 at 103, so this was not unusual. No, this is the way the municipal. This is the way the municipal. Yeah, this SP, the SP 103.
103 or 1003?
1003. Sorry, yeah.
Okay.
But that was standard practice for municipalities. All municipalities use that standard. So or that spec. So so this was not out of the norm for them to do this.
Okay. And had you, in your own experience, or Dufferin more generally, used demix aggregates for a project in Ontario at that time?
Not in Ontario, not at that time.
Okay, so this was the first time in Ontario, but it had been used in Quebec, as you, I think, already described.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall when the decision was made to use the demix aggregates for the Red Hill project? We know that it was in late March, and we'll get to that it was actually proposed to or presented to Golder and the contract administrator and the city. But do you recall when the decision was made?
We talked about it over the winter, and then what we had to do was we had to figure out the logistics on it to see if it was even a possibility. We knew they had availability in Montreal as far as providing the stone, but we had to bring it in with boats. So we used our cement division, who uses boats all the time, to see if they could coordinate some shipping for us, and they were able to do that. And that's when we decided that we would move forward and then do everything the owner wanted to try to get it approved.
Okay, and so by the winter. Okay, so it might have been in late 2006 into early 2007, or it could have been in early 2007?
It would be early 2007.
Okay, so January, February time period, perhaps, or early March, that sort of thing? Okay.
I remember. Sorry.
Right. And the Demix Varennes quarry, it's located not too far from Montreal, is that right?
That's correct.
And it's a type of trap rock is the kind of aggregate, is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
And if we could go to overview document 3, image 33. 33 and 34. And from time to time, just while they're pulling this up, Mr. Gamble, we have a thing, it's called the overview document, which summarizes documents and so forth, which we may go to the actual document underlying it, but that's just what we're calling up here. And this is what I alluded to before in 66B at the bottom of image 33, Vincent Gangaram, who is the lab supervisor at Dufferin, wrote to Mr. Moranzan, who was the Phillips contract administrator rep, about seeking approval, Dufferin seeking approval to use the Demix-Varenne aggregate for the SuperPave 12.5 FC2 and SMA mixes. So this is the first request to use it, just to place that in time. And that's what I was referring to, that obviously sometime before that in the winter is when the decision was made to use it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, it's mentioned in this letter specifically that it's not on the MTO's DSM, and refers to it being used as a reference aggregate by the Quebec Ministry of Transportation. At that time, were you aware of the MTO, generally speaking anyway, the MTO requirements for aggregates being listed on the DSM?
Yes, I was. I was familiar with the DSM, if that's what you're asking.
Well,
Yes.
yeah. You're familiar with the DSM, but were you aware of the general, at least generally speaking, the requirements for being listed on the DSM?
No, I wasn't, no.
Okay, so, I mean, you knew that it was about pre-qualifying them to be of a sufficiently high quality for use. That's sort of the general purpose, right?
Yeah, I knew what the process was to get on the DSM, if that's what you're asking, but
Yeah.
it was very clear that Varennes was not on it.
Right. You had to go through a process to get there.
Correct.
Were you aware that there was a friction testing requirement that the MTO would put the aggregates through?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Or about using polished stone value testing, anything like that?
That came under my lab, guys. That's technical, and they had the training to deal with that. That was beyond me.
Okay, you knew there was a requirement, and you knew that the Demix-Varennes weren't on it, but you didn't know what the specifics were to get on it.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
And if we could go to image 39. And paragraph 74 at the top there on April 23rd, 2007. Just going to blow that up a bit. Paul Janicus, who you talked about, who's moved into the quality control supervisor role, had emailed Dr. Ludmir Uzarowski at Golder with test results for the Demix aggregates done by TRO. And again, I'm just sort of placing this in time, and you're not copied on this, but you'll see at the bottom there in the email from Mr. Janicus, it says, Dufferin also requests that the fine aggregate used in both the SMA and 12.5 FC2 be obtained from different sources from the coarse aggregates. And then you can just hold that. So it's at that time, there's a request that the fines and the coarse be from different sources. Is the first thing. And then if we could go to paragraph 77, if we could bring up image 40 as well. And paragraph 77 is a April 30th, 2007 email from Mr. Janicus to Dr. Uzarowski. And you were, it doesn't say it there, but you were copied on this one. And it's about Dufferin's plan for physical testing of the mixed aggregates. Sets out a number of items there. And then on page 40, on the right-hand image, in that last bullet with the 1, 2, 3, 4 listed below it, he's again requesting that for SMA in 12.5 FC2, that the course and the fines come from different sources. So the course and secondary coming from DMIX, and the fines and screenings coming from the Acon Memora quarry. You see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. And then just to finish it off, and then I'll ask you a couple of questions about it. At page 40 there on the bottom, number 78, Mr. Janica says Dufferin would like to, this is on May 2nd, would like to retract our request to blend premium sources for the SMA and the 12.5 FC2, and that they'll be both from the same source, from DMIX, Varennes. And do you recall why it started off at both being from DMIX and then not, and then back to DMIX? Do you have any recollection about this issue and what was driving it?
I didn't even know that this happened until I read all these documents that were sent to me. I was not aware this was happening. The intention was to use 100% Varennes.
Okay, so you were copied on the second one, as I indicated. So,
Yeah.
But you didn't, you're saying that at the time you didn't have any appreciation really of what was being asked. Is that your point?
Yeah. Yeah, if I was copied on this, I didn't, I probably scanned over it, but I just assumed that my guys were taking care of it.
Okay, but so number one, this wasn't something that you directed, is that right?
That's absolutely correct.
But you were in charge of the purchasing as you described. So is that not something that you would have had to have been involved in order to?
Eventually, if that usage needed to be done, then yes, then I would have had to go in and purchase those materials. The only assumption I can make is that when Tro was doing the mix designs, that they wanted to use another material, or the logistics, the fine portion of these mix designs is very, very small. And maybe it was a logistics issue of trying to get it in my boat with such a small quantity. Maybe that wasn't possible. But again, you'd have to ask the Paul and the fellow that did the mix design why they would want to switch. I can't speak to it.
Okay, you just don't have any recollection at this time, is that right?
Well, yeah.
And actually, you say that you just weren't involved in that. To your recollection.
Yeah, I would never get deep into the mix design itself. This would be getting deep into the mix design where they thought that they needed ACOM materials, and then it looks like they retracted. So maybe they figured out the logistics of getting the material in.
Okay,
I'm not sure.
All right. And it was Tro that was doing the mix designs, right?
That's correct.
And which are, of course, as I understand it, was done after the selection and purchasing decisions are made, that the actual mixed designs are done. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I take it from what you said that you weren't involved in the mixed designs at all. That was other than hiring Tro to do it?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if we could go to image 48. Paragraph 97. This is just to place the timing. On June 22nd, 2007, Mr. Janicus emailed Dr. Uzarowski at Golder the SMA mix design for the mainline surface course. And you're actually, and many people are copied on that, but doesn't mention there you're not copied on this particular one. So it's the timing just that I'm interested in. We know that the SMA paving did start on August 1st. So this is 40 days before, almost 6 weeks, not quite. Is that within the normal time range before paving commences to submit a mixed design to the QA consultant and the client? Is that within the normal range?
At that time of year, yes. As it gets later in the year and you're busier, it's usually less than that. It's usually a month.
Okay. So
we were being proactive in trying to get all our ducks in order here to submit.
Okay. And is it unusual or is it normal course to have some back and forth with the quality assurance consultant about mixed designs and compliance with mixed designs?
It depends. Some of them are straightforward and some, this is a complicated mix. So it's not surprising that it would go back and forth.
Okay. So not unusual in that context of it being
No.
a complex mixed design. Okay.
At the end of the day, it needs to be approved. So if the owner wants something different or something adjusted, then that's outside the spec, then we would comply.
Okay.
But again, it would be done through the third party that was designing the mix design.
If you have to go alter the mixed design.
Correct.
Right. And I mean, because in that respect, there wasn't anything back and forth with TRO. It was between Dufferin and Golder, the city, and the contract administrator at that point. And we'll see a bit of that in a moment. If we go to image, well, we have image 49 up. Actually, 49 and 50, please. And this is just a reference in a site meeting, which I appreciate you did not go to. You weren't at this one, but there's a reference at the top of page 50 there under material testing, the second paragraph, that Golder indicated the vibratory roller currently being used by Dufferin is likely too heavy for SP19 and SMA pavement layers. So this is on July 10th. This is still a few weeks. It's before the test strip, and it's obviously before the placement of SMA. And so the sort of the past tense description is about the lower lifts that are being referred to there. And can you comment on the issue of damage to aggregates resulting from the roller being too heavy and vibration? Is that an issue that you're familiar with?
If you vibrate too much, the SMA mix, it will fracture the stone. Absolutely. The compaction is achieved mainly by hitting it hot. And when I was there for the test strip, we started out static, and I believe that the test strip did not get the compaction that was required. So, and again, but I wasn't there every day, so I'm not sure if they went to vibratory or not. But we worked, we had a process control person on the nuke who worked with Golders to achieve what we needed to achieve, and that was the adjustment after the test strip. Okay.
So there's a number of things there, and we'll get to the actual paving in a second. With the well, actually, I'll ask a couple things. Is it standard procedure for Dufferin to use, in the normal course, to use vibration with its rolling?
Always.
Always.
Not with SMA, but on any of our other mix, standard to use vibration.
Okay. And with SMA, you're saying it is not the standard practice?
Again, we had only done it once before, so we were cognizant of the fact of over compacting. Again, SMA, without getting to, I'll keep it real layman terms here, it's roughly 85% stone, where the other mixes are 50-50 for round numbers. So 85% stone, if you over compact, you will crush the aggregates.
Right. And if I understood you correctly, on the test strip on the 25th, I think what you said was that you meaning Dufferin, started off using the without not using the vibration on the rollers. But then there was difficulties with the compaction, and so then vibration was used. Is that what you said?
I only know that after the fact, though. At the time that we laid this test strip, we had some nuclear density machines out there, but at the time that we actually laid the test strip, we weren't aware of the compaction results at that time.
Okay. So
So I'm not sure. I know we started out static. I'm not sure if we actually switched to vibratory on that test strip. I can't speak to that.
Okay, so yeah, you didn't have the test results available at that while it was going on the test strip, but I take it you think that that may have been the case. We have heard some evidence from Andrew Stellas Reyes and Dr. Zarowski that vibration was used on the test strip, but are you saying, is it fair to say that you think it may have been, but you're not positive?
I don't know. It's not a matter. I have no idea.
Oh, you have
I know we started out static. That's all I can tell you.
Started out static. Okay.
Yeah.
On the test strip. Okay, so we'll come to the test strip in a minute. I know you were there. Then if we could go to, I'm going to take you to a couple of emails, the first of which you weren't copied on, the second which you were, but again, I want to place it. And this is on the 23rd of July. So now we're a couple of days before the test strip placement. And this is at image 52. I think it should be 52 and 53. Pull them out, please. And the first one is in paragraph 105A on image 52 there, where Mr. Hayner, Dave Hayner, emailed Phillips and Mr. Audie regarding concerns expressed about demix aggregates in the SMA and FC2 surface courses, and also about the upcoming test strip. And if you could just have a look at that. Tell me when you're done reading it.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll go to that document in a minute, but while we're still here, in paragraph C on the next page there, there's another email that day from Mr. Janicus to Phillips and Mr. Odie about prior use of mixed aggregates by the Quebec Ministry of Transportation. And this is one that you are copied on. And he's giving past examples, which I take it is the sort of thing that you were talking about previously, that the Dufferin had done work using demix in Quebec. So do you recall receiving this email or being involved?
No, I don't.
Okay. And in this, he refers to the information, in addition to the information submitted this morning, which appears to be the stuff that we were looking at in the prior email. And if we could go to the actual first email, which is Dufferin DUF 1965.1, I guess. And so you'll see it at the top. This is Mr. Hayner sending it to Phillips, CC, Mr. Odie, and then also James Wari and Rick Treenstra at Dufferin. That's the email I referred to before. And then at the bottom, it's Paul Janicus, and that email is to Mr. Hayner, copied to you. And then that gets forwarded on by Mr. Hayner to Phillips and Mr. Odie. And in the email at the bottom, which is on the 20th of July, so a few days before, I think it's Friday, and then Monday is the 23rd. He writes, Dave, attached is the package discussing the demix aggregates issue. Please review. And it appears that we've already seen this, and Commissioner, you'll be familiar. This is Dufferin and city have been unable to find, to locate the attachments, but you'll see there's 4 PDF attachments located there, and there's images of one, which is a skid resistance report. The second says mixed design examples. The third is Red Hill Valley aggregate physicals comments, TRO 20th July 2007. And then last one is a Dufferin cover letter about mixed aggregates, July 20th. Do you recall at all what any of these attachments were, other than what their titles indicate that you can see now?
Not at all.
Okay.
So without seeing them.
Pardon
Sorry.
me?
I said without seeing them, no, I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know.
And in the email at the top from Mr. Hayner, he mentions that this correspondence, which is attached below, is regarding the concerns of the aggregate, which are to be used in the FC2 and SMA surface course mixes. And then he trusts that, in the second paragraph, trust the documents below will satisfy the concerns verbally identified. And the last paragraph, he says, should there still be concerns, please call me at your earliest convenience. Do you have any recollection as to what the concerns were that are mentioned in Mr. Hayner's email?
No, again, I wasn't copying on any kind of concerns, but I would think that, again, I'm speculating, but these PDFs, they are a rebuttal to a request for some information.
Right. So you assume that it was if this information is being provided, it must be answering a request of some sort.
That's correct.
But you're not aware of what that was.
Oh, sorry.
And it does seem to me, from the way that you've described your job, if concerns are being expressed about materials which you were responsible for the selection and purchase of, that would be the kind of thing that you would be involved in. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But again, it would not have been through an email. They would have called me up and said that this is what's happening, this is the concerns, and what are we going to do about it? At this point here, it looks like they're just looking for some history from Quebec, and like I don't know what's in those PDFs. So,
No.
but you know, it looks like it's physical testing, which you know the owner needs to approve the stone, and then some history on it.
Right, and one of them is, and we don't have the attachment, but the title there on the image for the attachment for the first one is Skid Resistance Report. Do you recall that any concern being expressed about the skid resistance of the mixed aggregates?
Not at all. No.
Okay. Can you say one way or the other, or
No.
is it just that you can't recall?
I don't recall ever being questioned about anything from friction or skid resistance on varieties of material.
Okay, and to follow that up, are you saying that it did not happen, or that you at this time can't recall any questions being raised? Because those can be two different things. I don't remember, or no, it didn't happen.
I just don't recall. I do not recall ever being asked anything about friction qualities from that stone.
Okay, thank you. And we've heard that this email did not go to Golder, which was, of course, the city's quality assurance consultant. It did not go to Dr. Uzorowski, which, generally speaking, that was the normal flow of information with respect to the aggregates and mixed design approvals and these sorts of things. Do you have any knowledge of why it was not sent, this email and the subsequent email the same day were not sent to Golder?
No, sorry, I don't. You'd have to ask the sender.
That's what, sorry?
You'd have to ask the sender. I have no idea why it didn't follow the process.
Okay, is that not something you had any discussion about?
Not at all.
Okay.
This is day-to-day activities. That's what this is. And I would not be part of that.
Well, I appreciate that as a general proposition, but you are, as I say, copied into Mr. Janikis's first email with the materials. So you are being, you're copied on it, you're being involved, and you're copied on a number of things, and you're copied on the next one. And it involves questions apparently about the material, specifically about the materials that you purchase. So again, it does seem a little less than the usual day-to-day of who's laying what asphalt in what quantities on the project. Would you agree with that?
I believe that this is an FYI, just like most of the other emails. This is keeping me in the loop of what's going on back and forth before this mix actually gets approved.
Okay. And at this point, on July 23rd, we're a couple of days before the test strip, and ultimately 9 days before Dufferin actually starts placing the SMA. And if at this point, the aggregates that form the part of the mixed design for the SMA are for some reason found to be unsuitable or rejected, what sort of a delay would you be looking at for commencing the paving? Do you have any sense of that?
My sense would be a minimum of 1 month.
Of 1 month?
1 month as a minimum.
Okay, and why is that? I'm not asking you for a day-to-day blow, but just overall, why? What's your sense of why?
You would follow the process again of purchasing. So you need to go find suitable aggregates. You would have to purchase them, make sure they're available, make sure you get the logistics figured out, and then you'd have to do the mix design. And a new mix design is a minimum of 2 to 3 weeks. So that's why I'm saying 30 days.
Okay. And then I guess as well, maybe it's included in that, whatever the testing is done, the quality control and quality assurance testing that's being done has to be completed as well before the placement can actually occur. Is that right?
Lab correlations, everything. But 30 days is a pretty good number, I would think.
Okay.
Unless the material is not available.
Right, assuming you can get it from somewhere else, but.
Exactly.
Okay, so we've talked a couple of times about the test strip on the 25th, and that you were present, and that's the one time that does stick in your mind about being specifically on site for the Red Hill project. And why in particular were you there for the test strip?
I wanted to see how the material was going down, the actual placement of it.
And why was that?
Well, I wanted to check to make sure that we did not have segregation in the mix. Sometimes you have to adjust pavers and our shuttle buggies to make sure that you have no segregation. And I wanted to visually inspect the mix.
Okay, and in segregation in that context, could you explain what you mean by segregation in that context?
Well, an example would be that SMA with too much touching with the rake would cause segregation. So we wanted to make sure that when we did the echelon joints, that there was no manual touching, that kind of thing, so that we did not have any kind of segregation. And then we were looking at the rolling, taking a look at the rolling of roller patterns with the process control behind it. It was a short piece on a ramp, I remember, and but visually it looked very, very good, my recollection.
Okay, sorry, there's just that bit of an echo. So on the segregation point, and I apologize, but I just didn't quite catch it clearly what you meant. You referred to segregation, then you referred to the joints. So I just couldn't quite get it.
Yeah, if you touch SMA with a rake, you handle it with a rake, you can segregate it. So I wanted to make sure the placement crews were placing it properly. That's why I was there. Okay. And then I wanted to see visually after it was rolled what the product looked like.
Okay. And as you said, that it seemed to be visually, it seemed to be fine, and that the process itself went fine.
It looked very, very good.
Okay. Excuse me. And then to come back to just make sure we're talking about the same thing. This is, you were paying attention to the rollers, and as a result, you're aware that it was not, you were not using the vibratory function. You were in static mode, as you referred to it at the start. You don't recall whether you went to vibration mode, but you were definitely in static mode at the beginning. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you, when you were in your in that position, and I guess in your prior position when you were in charge of asphalt only, did you typically attend for test strips for the surface course, or was this unusual?
This is except for airports, test strips are not done very frequently, and this is the only one I can ever remember going, except for at the Toronto airport. So,
okay.
So this is not typical of you know, me showing up for a test strip.
Okay, and because test strips themselves, in your experience, aren't that common. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. If we could go to OD3 pages 54 and 55, images 54 and 55. So there's two events I want to bring your attention to and then ask some questions. First is in paragraph 109. There's a meeting, the last sentence below at the bottom of the paragraph before there's the excerpt from the notes. There was a meeting on site between Dufferin and City of Hamilton references, representatives with Golder to inspect the test strip. And Dr. Zarowski's notes indicate a number of people that were there, but not you. And so just confirm, am I correct? You were not at that meeting?
I was not there.
Okay. And at that meeting, Dr. Zarowski advised that the test strip had failed, that it was rejectable, and he gives the reasons. Do you recall specifically with respect to that meeting whether you were advised of what the Dufferin folks were told? I guess it was James Wari is who he indicates was there, but do you recall being advised at that time?
No, I don't.
And then on July 31st, if we go to the next page, Dr. Uzarowski emails Mr. Odie from the city, Phillips, Mr. Janicus, and Mr. Hayner. The overview document doesn't mention Mr. Hayner, but he was also copied on that document. And you can read that email and just let me know when you're done. This is when he's advising that the test strip failed and indicates that, I'll wait till you read it. Let me know when you're done.
You're talking about 111?
Yes, yeah. Maybe you can expand that for you to take it easy on your eyes. Is that better?
Perfect.
Thank you, Registrar.
Okay.
All right, and indicates the shortcomings in Golder's view of the test strip and the results, and states at the bottom, we understand that Dufferin Construction intends to place the SMA mix on the main line tomorrow. Dufferin Construction should be aware that the test strip has not been approved and the paving will be at their entire risk. Do you recall being advised of this email?
I remember hearing that the test strip failed, and the reasons that are identified there as far as the issues we had on voids and compaction, but I did not know about that bottom paragraph.
About the proceeding at deference risk?
Yeah, I did not know about that.
Okay, so you actually knew, you recall being advised of the specific technical issues, if I can call them that, but then not the warning. Is that right?
Yeah, because that would be under the contract. That would be under the district manager and the superintendent.
So meaning that is not something that you would expect to be advised about?
Sometimes not. But they do not need my approval to move forward if they wanted to take that risk. The district manager would take that, make that decision.
Okay. And in this case, the district manager is Jake Sudak?
That's correct.
And what, in consultation with Mr. Hayner?
That's correct.
Okay. And so did you have any involvement in the decision to proceed?
No, not at all. Our focus was on adjusting, a test strip. A test strip is simply a test strip, and we need to make some adjustments to make sure that, that when we did start, whenever we started, that we had satisfied these concerns.
Now, I think you indicated that it was uncommon, except I think on airports, for test strips to be done. In your experience, in any event, what typically do you do if a test strip fails, in your experience, or is that not something you'd run into?
Again, we've done very little of them. I've never seen, like I said, test strips are never perfect. It's up to the owner whether they want them in or out, but we've done so little that I can't speak to the fact that we've ever taken one out. If we did do one, test strips, mind you, are much different than doing trial batches. Trial batches we do all the time.
Right.
But this is an actual test strip, so very few. We've done very, very few.
Okay, well, and trial batches were, and explain maybe what you mean by trial batches in this context.
So trial batches is where we actually make a sample at the plant for testing before you actually do, before you actually lay the asphalt. So that
those would run here too. Sorry, go ahead.
And they're used to, number one, correlate them two labs together to try to find that happy median, and then if when you're making a trial batch with a 400 ton an hour plant, the trial batch is very small compared to the amount of asphalt that you have to make to actually do it. So on a 400 ton plant, we'd have to run 30, 40 ton just to get a representative sample to actually test. And so trial batches are very common, but test strips are not.
Right, and there were trial batches done in this instance, in this project as well, of course.
I believe so. We would, even if it wasn't a requirement, Dufferin does trial batches to see where the settings need to be.
And given that this was, I think you indicated Dufferin's second SMA project, and there was a requirement of the test strip. If you were told about it failing, it does seem to me that, it might be something that you want to make sure you get right, or just before you start the mainline paving. Am I wrong?
Again, you know what? It depends on what's off. Test strips are all about adjusting to get it right. I don't know exactly how far this was off. It tells me that the fact that it was not removed tells me it just needed a tweak to put it into compliance. So again, you would have to ask or look at the results of it for that stretch on the ramp. But the fact that it stayed in tells me that it wasn't it was out of compliance, but it was real bad, or it would have been removed. But it was like, again, it's all about, that's why you do a small test strip, so you can make those adjustments on everything.
Okay. And this was on a ramp, which is not, of course, the main line where SMA was going to be placed overall. It was on a ramp where the super paved product was otherwise going to be placed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to tell you. Actually, this might be a good. It's 3:15, so this is our typical afternoon break, and so I think this would be a good time, Commissioner, to break.
Brian, what do you want to? Should we take 10 minutes?
I think
15 minutes. What do you
I think 15. I'd like to have a brief chat again with council about their thoughts.
Okay, that's fine. Back at 3:30.
Thank you. If we could go register into the all council breakout room for council.
Okay, council, moving you now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Please do.
Thank you. Mr. Gamble, just coming back to one thing from before the break, you said that you thought that there was one prior SMA placement that Dufferin had done before the Red Hill, and I think you said that it was on the QEW somewhere. Is that right?
I think it was QEW in Trafalgar.
And Trafalgar, okay. And we'll look into that. We certainly know there were a number of placements that, first of all, this is an MTO project, of course, because it's the QEW, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And QEW and Trafalgar Road in Oakville. Is that
Correct.
right? Right, okay.
Absolutely.
And there were a number of MTO SMA projects. So I just wanted to nail that down as to the one that you were talking about. That may be an overview document 4. We'll look into that. Thank you. But are you, I don't know now, are you quite sure that it preceded the Red Hill?
Am I positive? No, but I believe the timing, it's 07, I believe, so.
Okay, all right. Because we know that that Dufferin was the subcontractor for the QEW interchange with the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and that SMA wasn't it, and that was after, and that was intended to use. Yeah, okay, exactly. Okay, we'll look into that. Thank you very much. Now, there's a few things that I anticipate Marco Odi from the city may testify about, and I'm going to tell you what I anticipate he may testify to on 3 things, and then I'm going to ask you about those things. I'll ask you all 3 at once, or mention all 3 at once, and then I'll ask you individually. So I anticipate he may testify to the following things, and the first is that Dufferin, and specifically you, were very excited about starting the SMA paving, and we're quite confident in getting it right. And the second thing is that that Dufferin wanted to win Paver of the Year, some sort of award in that respect. And the third is that he recalls in a conversation with you around July 31st, 2007, or perhaps in the week following, that that he said words to you to the effect of, in referring to the SMA placement, that if it doesn't meet spec, you're going to have to mill and replace it. And so if we could start with the first thing, were you and Dufferin excited about starting the SMA paving and confident that you would get it right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I had confidence in all my people that we could go out there and give the owner exactly what he required.
Okay. And did you tell Mr. Odi that Dufferin wanted to win Paver of the Year?
Yeah, you know what? I remember having a conversation with him, but it wasn't for this project. This project would not have qualified for that. That's an MTO award. So I think that was a generic conversation we're having about, because at that time it was every contractor's goal to win that award, but it wasn't for this project, because this project would not qualify for it.
Because it was an MTO award.
So he made, yeah, it's an MTO award.
Okay. And then the last point, that around and about July 31st, or perhaps in the week following, him saying words to the effect of, if it doesn't meet spec, you're going to have to mill and replace it. Do you recall him saying that to you?
I don't recall him saying that, but that's the world that we live in. If you don't give the owner the requirement, then that's what the result is. So I don't remember the conversation, but could I have said it? Probably.
Well, it wouldn't surprise you if he said it. Right.
Pardon me?
It wouldn't surprise you if he said that to you.
Well, no, he's doing his job. You know what? He needs the product that he's asked for, and so that wasn't unreasonable for him to say that to me.
Okay. And early on, when we were talking about your work history and so forth, and we briefly mentioned the Ontario Hot Mix Producers Association, and being on the OMPA board for around 10 years, which spanned the time of this project. Now we're aware, and we'll hear from some MTO people about this, that there were OMPA members or the representatives of some OMPA members who were on an MTO industry joint SMA task group that was convened in 2006 to deal with concerns that had arisen regarding early low age friction in SMA pavements. And at the time of the Red Hill project and the SMA paving commencing, were you aware of there being an issue about early age SMA friction, low friction?
Not at all. Not at all. Was not aware there was even a task force.
Okay, at that time you weren't aware there was a task force either. Okay, and do you recall when you learned of the issue and or the task force's existence?
I don't remember the task force, but like I said, through the industry, I had heard about the pause on the OTR product, and that's when, obviously I asked why, and it was about friction concerns. So that was the first I heard about any kind of friction issues in SMA.
Okay, and so just to back at OTR, that's the company in Quarry, Ontario, Trap Rock?
That's correct.
And and you heard about a restriction on Ontario Trap Rock, but specifically the pause on SMA. And we know that the pause was instituted in November 2007. Does that accord generally with when you would have heard about it?
You know what? We had done so we finished what, August, what was the completion of the Red Hill? August 16th, I believe?
The paving was done on the 13th of August, and it opened. Pardon me?
The surface was completed on the 13th?
The main line was. There was further
Yeah.
paving that had to be done, and that's when the main line was completed in August, and then it opened in November. So
yeah, so we were completed the surface for sure when I found out, and I believe it was all because we were asked to price the ACON job at the bottom of the hill, and because Varennes wasn't a DSM on the DSM, I had to find something else to use, and so when I called, that's how I found out, through the salesman at OTR.
Okay, again, to unpack that a bit, at the bottom of the hill, do you mean at the interchange?
The interchange at Highway 20 there. Yeah.
Sorry, the interchange?
Between Highway 20, at the bottom of the Red Hill North.
Oh, sorry, Highway 20.
The project went to Highway 20 from the Red Hill going east to Highway 20. Okay. It was on the QEW, the paving.
Right, on the QEW. Yes, that particular project where Dufferin was the subcontractor to ACON. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think we have some documents that are at a later date than this. So thank you very much. Sorry, if you can just give me one moment. Okay, you had just on the QEW, there is a project for the MTO between Third Line to Trafalgar, which is, if we could go registrar to OD4, images 90 and 91. So at the bottom of page 90 in paragraph 214, it refers to Dufferin requesting the MTO's permission to use aggregate from Hutchison Sand and Gravel in SMA on the QEW from third line to Trafalgar. And I just bring you to that because you had mentioned your recollection about a prior project being at Trafalgar Road in the QEW. Is this what you're referring to, or do you still think
That's the project. That's the project I told you, but obviously I've got the wrong project.
Okay, so you still think that's fine. So that's the project you were thinking of.
That was the project, yeah. So obviously I've got the wrong project in mind.
Okay.
I
So
thought we did that in 07.
Okay, so you still think, do you think that there was another SMA project that preceded the Red Hill?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. There's one project, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. We'll, if we're unable to get to the bottom today, we'll follow up on that with Dufferin's counsel. Okay, you can go back to OD3 registrar, image 57. And while we got it, good. We know that it started, the SMA paving, on August 1st, 2007. And there was Golder conducted compaction testing on August 1st and 3rd. So I think you indicated earlier that Dufferin's normal practice, except on SMA, is to use the vibration setting on its rollers. But am I correct? You weren't on site on the 1st or the 3rd, or you weren't supervising the paving in any respect. Is that right?
That's correct.
And from the review of documents, and I don't know that it'll be necessary to take you to them, but certainly shows that from the compaction test reports on August 1st, that the vibration setting was used for a portion of the SMA paving. Do you have any knowledge of that occurring?
No, I don't. No. All I know is that at that time, our people were working with Golders to establish rolling patterns to make sure that we hit the spec.
Right.
And if that entailed using vibration, then that's what they would have done.
Okay, but you don't have any personal knowledge of whether they used it or not, and if they did, to what extent. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, if I could take you to, actually, I will ask one question. Would it make sense to you, though, that if vibration was used, that would directionally, although taking into account the concern you raised about potentially cracking aggregates, that better compaction results can be obtained by using the vibration mode?
Again, as long as it was hit hot, as long as they hit the mat with the temperature at what it needed to be. Once it gets too cold, regardless of what you do, vibratory or not, you wouldn't get the compaction. So,
and that's the issue with SMA, that it really needs to be rolled when it's hot. So you need the rollers to be close to the paver. Is that right?
That's correct. And I believe we added rollers after we did the test trip, we added more rollers so that they were really tight to the paver. But I'm not sure if they did vibratory or not. That I wouldn't know.
Okay. If we could go to page 58 of OD3. And in paragraph 120, if you could expand that, please, Registrar. So Mr. Odie on August 9th of 2007 emailed Dave Hayner, you and James Wari, all of Dufferin, and the email is quoted there. This correspondence confirms that the veranda mix aggregates have been approved for use in the SMA and super paved 12.5 FC2 surface course asphalt mixes on the Red Hill Valley Parkway mainline paving project. The trial batches for both mix designs met the specified requirements. If you have any questions, please call me. You did receive a copy of this email. Do you recall receiving it?
Not specifically until I read all the documents and I see that I forwarded it on, but
Right.
I just assumed this was an FYI again.
Right, you sent it on to, if you could pull that down. It's actually not in there. We'd have to go to the document itself. I think you forwarded it to,
Vincent Ganger.
yeah, it's to Mr. Gangaram, who's the lab person, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I gave it to him for, forwarded to him for his records.
Right, okay. And so was it typical for Mr. Odie to communicate with you directly?
Not at all, not typical at all.
And who was he typically communicating with?
With the job site with Mr. Hayner.
Okay. And it'd be fair to say that typically these communications about mixed design and aggregates and approval or issues arising, that those typically from the city side came from Golder, Dr. Uzorowski?
Or Phillips, one or the other. And again, I wasn't part of the process, so I'm not sure what the trail was.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of the circumstances surrounding this email?
Again, I just assumed it was an FYI, that this was the official approval.
Did you request that this email be sent?
No, not at all.
Do you recall any discussion on the Dufferin side of things about requesting such an email?
No.
Is there any light that you can shed on why this email was sent by Mr. Odie at this time rather than by Dr. Uzorowski?
No, I'm sorry, you'd have to ask Marco. I just don't know.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that it's unusual for such a communication, whoever it's coming from, to be coming 8 days after the paving commences?
Again, you know what? I wasn't part of the job site, but it sounds like a lot of verbal approvals were done at these site meetings that I've read. So this could be just catching up on the paperwork. Again, you'd have to ask the author here, but there's a lot of things done at site meetings verbally to get the job to stay on schedule. So, but again, you'd have to ask the author.
OP3, page 6, or image 60, please. And these are the site meeting minutes for the site meeting on August 21st, following the completion of the SMA paving. You weren't in attendance, but there is an entry referring to Golder providing written confirmation indicating the SMA mix design is satisfactory. It's we don't need to expand it, but it's the 5th bullet there. Do you have any knowledge of when that was provided or who provided it?
No, not at all. Again, these approvals will go directly to the job site and then to my people in the QC lab.
Right, and that is the typical thing, but it's not what happened on August 9th. That's the distinction, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to move on to the topic of the MTO friction testing, and then the application that was then submitted by Dufferin and DeMix for DSM approval. This is the next topic I want to talk about. So if we could go to, it's OD4 now, Registrar, image 55. And just to place it in time for your benefit, the actual testing, skid testing by the MTO took place on the Red Hill on October 16th, 2007. And then there were arrangements being made, of course, in the lead up to that testing taking place. And in paragraph 166, there you'll see in early October, October 4th, there's some emails about making arrangements to conduct the testing on October 9th, but then it doesn't end up happening until the 16th. If you could go then to paragraph 127, the next page, next image. That's good, you can keep them both up. And then Mr. Delos Reyes at Golder forwards the October 4th email from Mr. Marciello at the MTO to Phillips and to Dufferin at James Wari's email address, stating, "Gentlemen, for your information and permission." And if we could go to an actual document, Dufferin DUF 2709.1. And you'll see at the bottom is Mr. Delos Reyes's email on the, I know it's a little bit, but it's on October 4th, where he writes to James Wari, the email I just read to you before, "Gentlemen, for your information and permission," sends it to Mr. Wari and to Dr. Uzorowski and Mr. Delos Reyes and Mr. Odie. And then Mr. Wari at the top there on the same day forwards that to Mr. Hayner, to you, and I guess it's Brian Dodds at Dufferin. Is that right? Brandon, thank you. See the BR there. And he indicates, FYI, please find attached reminder regarding skid resistance testing to take place at 10 a.m. Tuesday, October 9th, 2007. Okay, if we could pull that down and then go to OD for image 59. And that paragraph 136, maybe 59 and 60. So the entire paragraph is up. Thank you. So in paragraph 136, you're not copied on this, but this is Mr. Delos Reyes to Mr. Marciello at the MTO on October 17th, the day after the testing is conducted. And he states, "Just a reminder, please email test result as discussed. Dufferin and Phillips Engineering are highly interested." So with all of that, just to set the stage for you, you received that earlier email that Mr. Wari forwarded to you on October 4th about the testing that was going to take place. Do you recall if you were highly interested in the testing?
That was the first time that I realized that the testing was actually going to happen. Because again, the contract itself, that was not a criteria for acceptance. So that was the first time that I knew that there was actually testing being done. And then from all my readings, the job site showed an interest in the results. I did not. I was focused on fulfilling the contract, the specifications in the contract.
Okay. Do you know who expressed that interest to Mr. Delos Reyes? Do you have any knowledge of that?
Well, it's coming from the job site, so it's Wari worked for Hayner, so it's coming directly from the job site.
Okay, so somewhere in at the job site.
Somewhere in the job site.
Okay. Do you know why they would have been interested in it?
No,
Because as you
No.
said, it wasn't a contractual requirement. So what do they
Yeah.
care?
I'm not sure.
Um, oh yes, and if we could mark Dufferin 2709.01 as the next exhibit, please, Commissioner. I believe that's exhibit 32. So I will say, is friction testing something that you had any, other than knowing that perhaps that friction testing existed or skid testing existed, is that something that you had any knowledge of or understood how it worked and what it did, anything like that?
Anything technical like that, I left to the people that worked for me. I didn't have the training or the education to even understand it. I hired experts to take care of that for me.
Okay, so that's the explanation. I take that as a no, and that's the reason why no. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I appreciate that you weren't interested in friction during the paving because it wasn't a contractual requirement. What about regarding the submission to the MTO for inclusion of demix aggregates on the DSM? Is that something that crossed Dufferin's radar screen at the time that the application was being made?
Yeah, I believe what had happened there was, and again, that was probably at my direction, is after we completed the Red Hill, we're very proud of the Red Hill, and then the product that we had placed, we believed it would be a very, very good material, and so we made the application or I gave Paul the direction to try to get it on the DSM list. But there's, you had to satisfy a bunch of conditions with the ministry, and there was some visits and things, but that I believe I directed to get the ball rolling to get it on the DSM.
Okay, and Paul, that's Paul Janicus that you're talking about?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. That's why I'm here. So if we could go to OD for image 57, just back a little bit. There we are. So paragraph 131, a day prior to the actual skid testing being done by the MTO on October 15th, Mr. Janicus sends this letter to Jim Theodore, who is the contract administrator at Morrison Hirschfeld on a MTO contract, contract 2007-2031, under the reference line trial section, SP 12.5 FC2, using aggregates from the Varennes Quarry to mix. And attached to Mr. Janicus's letter was the Red Hill Valley Parkway mix design package prepared by TRO for the SP 12.5 FC2 layer. So the super pave asphalt mix, and with everything that's attendant in the mix design package. And then in his letter to Mr. Theodore is outlined there, referring to requesting a trial section for the SP 12.5 FC2 surface course of approximately 500 tons to evaluate a potential alternative source of premium aggregates for use in hot mix on ministry products. And then it goes on to talk about the aggregate having been used in SMA and the super pave on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and attaching it, and then indicating that the design was completed by TRO Associates and does not have third-party verification, as it was not a requirement of the above-mentioned project. And then he asked at the end, should the ministry be interested in this trial section but require a verification, please advise DCC, which is of course Dufferin, as soon as possible. So was this a Dufferin paving contract with the MTO?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And so as I understand it, it's and you tell me if I'm wrong, but it's seeking to have, for Dufferin to place a trial section, a trial strip, using demix aggregates in that mix, on the contract in which another mix is being used, using an already approved DSM aggregate. Is that right?
Yes.
And as you indicated, you think this would have been submitted at your direction by Mr. Janicus.
This would have all been a part of the process of trying to get the T-mix material on the DSM.
Right.
That's what's required to get on the DSM as a trial strip.
And the trial strip being used, that's what you're asking for. And then next to it, a contiguous section of road, which can also be using an already approved aggregate. Is that right?
Yeah. I could speculate, you'd have to ask Paul his intentions here, but I would speculate that at the time, we did not know if the ministry would allow the Red Hill to be the actual trial strip. So we wanted to get the product on an actual MTO job.
Right. Okay.
I believe that's what the intention would have been, but again, that's me speculating.
Okay. So to back it up, is it be fair to say that likely you said to Mr. Janicus, let's make an application to the to get this on the DSM, you figure out how to do it? Is it that sort of thing?
It's a matter of just following the process that the ministry requires to get on the DSM list, which requires a test bin.
Right. But I think you had said before, that's right, that you weren't familiar with the ins and outs of what was required. You just knew that you had to be on the DSM if you were going to do an MTO project. So that's why I'm wondering what level of detail you got into with respect to the application.
Satisfy the ministry to get on the DSM list.
Okay. And do you know when you made the decision to apply? When did that start to be on your radar screen about applying to the ministry for DSM status for the demix aggregates?
We talked about it before the completion of the Red Hill, but we after we completed the SMA and saw how satisfied we were with the placement of it, that's when we made the decision to actually move forward.
Okay, so how far back would you have been talking about it? Would this have been a topic of discussion at the time or before the time that you made the decision to use the demix aggregates on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, because at the time we didn't know how it was going to react. So we wanted to use it and see how friendly it was as far as placement goes before we decided to do it. And we were very happy with it. Sorry.
No, I understand that about the decision to actually submit the application, because we know when it was done.
Right.
What I'm wondering is when it first came to your mind and was discussed about even contemplating doing that, even contemplating the application. I appreciate what you said about you weren't going to do something until you saw how it was placed and then it went well. I get that. I'm wondering, going back, how far back that this was in contemplation to make to even consider making an application.
It was always in my mind to do it. There's a very short supply of premium aggregates in Ontario. Us getting that mix that aggregate on the DSM is good for the government, for the owner, for the MTO, and for the industry to have another source to be able to use. So, but again, no decision was made to move forward until we saw the end result on Red Hill. Okay,
so am I correct then that prior to making the decision to use the demix aggregates in the SMA and SP 12.5 FC2 mixes, that it was in your contemplation that there may be an application for to the DSM, assuming that the Red Hill project went well?
Yeah, not initially, because we didn't even know if it was going to be approved by the city. But once it was approved, then we talked about it.
Okay, so I'll keep backing up. So once you knew that it was approved, then it was moving forward and closer to the decision to actually make application. Are you saying that, because you also said that I think, and I don't want to mischaracterize your words, thought you said, well, it was always in your mind. So I'm wondering how far back that goes. I appreciate that your certainty as to whether an application is going to be made would have increased over time. I'm wondering if at least it was in your contemplation that there would in the future, assuming it was approved, assuming that it went well, that an application would be made. And if that was in your contemplation prior to deciding to ask the city if you could use the DMIX aggregates on
Not prior. Not prior.
Okay. Sometime at some point after that.
Correct.
And you've seen that the letter early on in your their discussion today was the letter from Mr. Gangram to Phillips was on the 27th of March of 2007. So not prior to that date? Or was it prior to that date?
So the 27th, we made the application to the city, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
27th of March.
the 7th of March. So it will be after that date.
Okay. And then at some point along the way, and if you can't pinpoint it any further than you have, that's fine. But am I correct that at some point along the way, before the paving actually took place, before the SMA paving actually took place, you were more solidified in that is assuming that the paving went well, that the DSM application would be made. Is that correct?
That's fair. Yes.
And can you place it any better along the time between March 27th and August 1st?
I'd be guessing. Sorry. I'd be guessing.
That's fair. Thank you. And I want to then come back to Mr. Odie's August 9th, 2007 email, which, as you indicated, was at least atypical in terms of the lines of communication on this project. And this is the email where he sets out the approval of the DMIX aggregates. And so I just want to ask you, is it possible that Mr. Odie was sending that at Dufferin's request so that there was a record of approval for potential submission to the MTO for the DSM application?
No, not at
No?
all. No, not at all.
Okay. And how can you be so sure about it at that time? It's after the paving commenced.
That again, I wasn't at the site meetings, but I'm assuming that a verbal was given to start, and this is catching up with the paperwork to make sure that all the approvals are done in writing.
Okay, but you're quite certain it wasn't for the purpose that I just suggested?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay, thank you. Last thing I want to ask you about is there's if we go to OD3 image 70. And in paragraph 147A, there's a reference to a paper that was presented at the 2008 annual conference of the Transportation Association of Canada. In paragraph A, there is one that's called Innovative Comprehensive Design and Construction of Perpetual Pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in Hamilton. And authors are listed as Dr. Uzarowski, Gary Moore of the City of Hamilton, and you. Did you have any role in writing the paper or in providing any inputs or edits?
Nothing at all.
Okay.
Nothing at all.
Did Dr. Uzarowski ask you to if you would agree to be listed as an author?
He phoned me asking for permission to put my name on the paper.
Okay. And did you and you gave him that?
I gave permission, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And do you recall if you even read the paper before it was completed?
I still haven't read the paper.
Okay. And do you recall if it was sent to you? Dr. Uzorowski testified that he believed that it was, and we do have an email where he instructs his assistant to send it to you. Do you recall? I appreciate that you never read it. Do you recall if you received a copy?
I don't. I can't say for sure, but if I did receive it, it was not read.
Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions. Commissioner, thank you. Mr. Gamble, the Participants Council will, I believe, has some questions for you. Commissioner, I can advise that, and maybe maybe if we just take 5 minutes for council to confer about the time. I do expect that if we sit a little bit past 4:30, I expect we will be able to finish with Mr. Gamble and get him on his way rather than calling him back tomorrow. So maybe if we just have 5 minutes in the to discuss with.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Gamble, I'm assuming that that's your preference to
Yes,
go a
please.
little bit later today and finish up today.
Whatever
Okay,
you need. Here to help.
that's fine. Then let's take 5 minutes and council can discuss the timing in the council's breakout room.
Right. Thank you. We are back. Commissioner, I can advise that there aren't very many questions. And I think likely will be done around and about 4:30 in any event. Council for the MTO is advised they do not have any questions. Mr. Chen for the city will go first. He has a few questions. Then Ms. Roberts for Golder. Unless there's something that needs to be addressed, Ms. Lorian's indicated she's unlikely to have any questions, but she does reserve the right if something else arises.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Gamble. My name is John Chen, and I'm one of the lawyers for the City of Hamilton. I just have a small number of questions for you. So I wanted to go back to the decision to use the demix aggregates for the SMA surface layer. And I believe you testified that one of your responsibilities was to decide which aggregate to use for the SMA surface layer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we know the decision was to use the demix aggregates for the SMA layer, correct?
That's correct.
And one reason for choosing the demix aggregates is that this was not an MTO contract, so there was no requirement to use a DSM listed aggregate. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So an aggregate not on the DSM was permitted for this project, provided that it met certain specifications.
Correct.
And given that there was no requirement to use a DSM listed aggregate, I take it Dufferin never proposed to the city to use a DSM listed aggregate.
That's correct.
And again, I get that there was no requirement under the contract, but fair to say that Dufferin could have proposed using a DSM listed aggregate if Dufferin wanted to.
If we wanted to, we could have.
And just back to the demix aggregates, I take it we can agree that just because an aggregate is not on the DSM list, it doesn't mean the aggregate is low quality.
That's correct.
The aggregate just hasn't been pre-qualified for use by the MTO, what I think you discussed with Mr. Lewis. Correct?
That's true. Yes.
And fair to say that you believe the demix aggregates to be a premium aggregate.
Yeah, as deemed by Quebec and is deemed by the professionals that were doing our mix design.
Perfect. Those are my questions, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Dan.
So I believe Ms. Roberts is next.
Hello, Commissioner, Mr. Gamble. Mr. Gamble, I'm counsel for Golder, and I have a very short series of questions just on process. Registrar, if I can take us back, please, to overview document 3, image 47, paragraph 97. There we go. Okay, I just want to take you back, Mr. Gamble, to the submission of the mix design, and that's set out in paragraph 97, June 22nd. I gather this is Mr. Janicus. He submits the mix design. And I'd like to go actually to the mix design, and that I believe is Golder 1631. There we go. Okay. Can we please turn up image 3? First of all, I take it that this is the mix design that was prepared for Dufferin by its consultant, Tro?
Looks like it, yes.
Okay. And just for clarity of understanding, this is Tro's mix design And I'm not going to go through the whole package because that would, I don't think it wants that detail. But am I understanding this correctly in this particular, this is sort of the overview of what's in the mix that you're going to actually produce?
Yes, those are the proportions of each individual constituent in the mix.
You're anticipating my question. So maybe if you can take us briefly through that, because I think you gave evidence about proportionality earlier this afternoon. Can you just take us briefly through?
You blow it up till I can't see anything now.
Okay, thank you. There you go.
Okay, so that first box is the key ingredients. So you've got 12.5 coarse aggregate. 72% of the mix is coarse aggregates. Screenings, there's 15% screenings, and then you have a filler of 6.58, and then you have AC content, which is 6%. That constitutes your mixed proportions.
Okay, and the PG 7028, that's the kind of asphalt cement that's been specified.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, and we looked at various points today at different issues, and one of the specifications required is the air void of 4%. Do you see that there?
Yeah.
Okay. Middle of the page. And this then, as I understand it, becomes the template against which all of the aggregate that's produced by Dufferin gets measured.
Correct. In the mix,
okay.
Correct.
Okay. And so just as we go forward in the chronology, as Dufferin's plants are producing asphalt for the Red Hill, I understand that 2 samples are taken at supply, one that Dufferin tests pursuant to its QC. Is that correct?
I'm not sure the process they use on this. That's a day-to-day thing.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I can't answer that.
Okay, but am I correct in understanding that all of the QC, QA review is done in comparison with this mix that's prepared by the TRO?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I think you were asking, are the samples taken side by side so that you have a good correlation? If that was your question, that's true.
Yeah. Okay.
But the frequency and everything, I couldn't tell you about that.
Right. Sorry, I didn't mean to get into frequency. The point is that they're duplicate samples that are taken. One goes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner, this morning you were asking about the process, and I'm hoping this would be responsive to that series of questions.
Yes, so one sample, I take it, goes to TRO, and one sample goes to Golder. Is that right?
To TRO, I believe on this project, we were doing the testing ourselves. TRO only did the mix design, I believe.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I can go to an example of that, actually. Why don't we do that? Let's just pull up Dufferin 2419.
Yeah.
Okay, and is this an example of a hot mix asphalt test report done by Dufferin?
Yes. So that's from this project. That's us doing the testing, and we compare that to Golder's sample.
Okay. Commissioner, we can go through this, but I think for my purposes, I was trying to illustrate the process of the review.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you very much for your patience, Mr. Gamble.
Ms. Lorion, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. Commissioner, there is one thing that I neglected to ask right at the end, and I do, under our rules, have the ability to ask follow-up questions, but it's just one very, very short point. Mr. Gamble, just with respect to the actual skid testing results from the MTO, Did you ever receive a copy of the results?
Never.
Do you know if anyone else at Dufferin received the skid testing results by the MTO?
I don't know for a fact that they did, but I know that they were eager to see them, so you'd have to ask them.
Okay, but you're not aware of whether they did or not?
They didn't share them with me if they did.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. So I take it, Mr. Lewis, that ends the session for today.
Yes, it does.
And Mr. Gamble was scheduled for tomorrow, but we've now finished with Mr. Gamble today, which means that, if I understand correctly, Mr. Audie is not available until Thursday. Is that correct? Wednesday.
Wednesday. Yeah, he was originally scheduled for Wednesday, but we've been advised that he's not able to make himself available tomorrow.
Right, and neither Mr. Janicus, who's scheduled for Thursday, nor Mr. Murray, who's scheduled for Friday, is available to slot in tomorrow.
That is correct. Mr. Janicus just had the one day particularly available, and Mr. Murray is not in town.
So two things. In the short term, that means that we will be adjourning until Wednesday morning at 9:30. There being no witness for tomorrow. The second, and I appreciate that this is a bit of a trial and error kind of experience for all of us, but I would strongly ask or request of council that with respect to subsequent weeks, that they do their best to ensure that their witnesses are available to be called the day before, in case we have a similar experience to that which we've had this week, where we can get through witnesses a little quicker than the schedule contemplates. So with that, Mr. Lewis, if there's nothing further that we have to address today, the inquiry, well, first of all, I want to, I should say thank you to Mr. Gamble for appearing today, and we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 on Wednesday morning. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.